Uh-oh. Whoa. We are live. What's up, everybody? How's it going? What's up? Whoo, boy, here we go. Hello, everybody. What is up? How y'all doing? Happy Sunday. Oh man, it may be happy. I don't know when we get done with this. We'll see. We'll have to see. I'm really excited to try this. I don't know if I'm whether excited to maybe I'll like it, or I'm excited to get this over with, and maybe I'll be disappointed. Who knows? What up, Steve? Zona, what's up? Alpha Hoss, what up? How's it going, everyone? Yeah. Andy's been. Did you see? Andy? Did you see my comment that I made to you on the video? Did you see? Did you see it? What's up, Big Dub? Oh, Arizona straight representing tonight. My goodness. American single malt. That's absolutely right. We're here for it. I've got a couple of options here. So I've got this Thornton single cask American single malt, and a Cedar Ridge Untitled cigar malt project from Tony. And then the Pete and Sherry second single malt. That's the recent one. And then a Solera, Cedar Ridge Solera. Oh my gosh. I have no idea which one of these I should get into first. I feel like I should get into, probably this Thornton. This is the one we have to crack. This one. These others are samples, so they've been cracked already. I don't know what kind of difference that makes with single malts whatsoever. I have no idea. I literally am just lost. So I have no clue what is going on with any of this. I don't know how much of any of that matters. But I've got like 4 of them here to try. There was a 5th one. Unfortunately, it leaked all over the place. This is what is this? This is 112.2 is the Thornton. So let's see here. That's what Andy said. I would start with the Solera first, unless the Thornton is lower proof. It is 112.2. 112.2. The rest look like they're 114, and then the Solera is 94. So, do you think it matters? Do you think it matters? Just looking for someone to give me feedback. I have no idea what I'm doing. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna go. We're gonna take the advice. Let me get a couple of Glens here. I'm not even. Okay. So everyone's saying go proof order. So we'll go with this. We'll go this way. We'll go the Solera, then the Thornton, then the Pete and Sherry second, and then the cigar one if we get to that. So let me grab some Glens here. because I forgot. Oh, okay, here we go. Ah, eh, ah. All right, all right, okay, okay, all right. So I guess it's only fitting that from my first one, that is the Cedar Ridge Solera, go into a Cedar Ridge Glen here. Whoa, I almost knocked that over. Oh crap! Go into a Cedar Ridge Glen. I'm gonna try and not. I'm gonna try and not just not smell it. Try and not smell it from the sample, and try and smell it on the nose. We're getting right into this. We are wasting no time whatsoever. You know, there could be a huge buildup, and we could just delay for an hour and then get into this. But no, we're getting right into it. We're gonna like that. If people don't like watching this, then they can leave. I guess. Whatever. All right. So first, before I do anything with this, thank you to everyone last week that donated to make this happen. I was still talking with Steve, and we still talk about this. How I didn't even know that I could do those things. It's enabled. I still don't know how, like, where that setting lives at or anything. So like, just goes to show you, I still don't know a whole lot about this whole thing because I don't even know where that setting lives or how to get like, yeah. So I appreciate everyone that donated. Oh my gosh, it was so awesome because I had no idea what was going on. Um, so we're gonna go with we're gonna go with it. I'm a man of my word. Hope you enjoy. I cannot tell you anything about it myself. Never tried single malt. Same. This is my first time right here. I am a virgin single malt consumer. So, cheers to all of you, and cheers to everyone that donated to make this happen. And just appreciate all of you. Here we go. I don't really understand what I'm smelling right now. It smells like maybe like some like some fruit that is on bread. Is that normal? Maybe a little bit of like there's like some earthiness there. Is that right? Is that normal? I don't I don't really know what I don't really get it. I don't understand. There's like some like yeah, some like almost like plants and then some fruit, like some sweetness from fruit. But I get like very, very herbal. It's like herbal. That's it's herbal. And then I get like some like kind of like nectarine kind of maybe like yeah. There's some sweetness there that like I can maybe attribute to like maybe like oak, but it doesn't smell like oak does from a bourbon. Hmm. Well, some fruit, like some earthiness and an herbal note, some like maybe like either tea or hibiscus kind of thing. And then there's like this like funky, like it's got to be like breadish. I don't know. Well, here we go. Cheers. Thank you so much, everyone. And let's do this. Here we go. So okay. I'm getting some like first, it's not bad. I don't know what I was scared of. It's not bad. It's not the best thing I've ever had in my life. But there's definitely some of that like you get some of that like sweetness of oak on there now. I would say it's like more like pear rather than nectarine on the palate. There's like this again, it's like a tea or some sort of herbal or flower kind of note on it. Plus, there's a sweet note of like either like maybe some like vanilla sweet cream. I guess that's the way I could describe it. That's about it. Am I in the wheelhouse? Am I in the wheelhouse? Is that what other people get on? I mean, you guess you'd have to have had this before to be able to know. But that's kind of what I'm getting. I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not like, oh, that's the best thing I've ever had, like kind of thing. But it's it's definitely interesting. Someone said vanilla honey pear. Hmm. I would love to be able to pull out honey. I get, like I said, there's some herbal note in there. I don't know what it is. There's, yeah, it's, I'll go for a second sip here. Yeah, I'm searching and I'm hunting for like you said, honey. Um, but I'm getting very much getting uh like some sort of herbal note or like an earthy note with a fruit that I'm identifying as something like pear. It's some fleshy fruit like that, pear, maybe nectarine, some like sweet cream vanilla, some light, really light oak. Like it's not heavy oak. Um, I wish I could get honey. I think that'd be really pleasant, but I'm not getting any honey. But that's about it. Bryce, there is this is Solera. I think this is quintessential Solera. This is Cedar Ridge Peat and Sherry second. And then this is an untitled Cedar Ridge Cigar Malt project. So I have 3 Cedar Ridges. So yeah. So yeah, I mean it's fine. It's not like, ooh, that's so far. And this, I love Cedar Ridge. I love their bourbons and whiskeys. That I have to guess I have to retract that and say I like their rye whiskeys and their bourbon. Just having the Solera wouldn't be like, oh, I've got to have it. Just that's just it. Just saying. Okay. So I guess from there, we've got to go on to this Thornton Distilling, care of Dan Turry. Dan Turry hooked it up with a single cask American single malt whiskey. He bottled it himself. Signed by Dan. Look at that guy. Letting us try this. Let's see here. It says cask type French oak puncheon infinity cask. French oak puncheon infinity cask. What does that mean? French oak puncheon infinity cask. Someone tell me what that means. What is a puncheon? What is puncheon? French oak puncheon. Is anyone else lost on that? Because I have no idea. I haven't got to try it yet, Tony. We're just getting through Solera. We're going in proof order. Not terrible. The special releases are where secret shines. Wasn't paying attention. That was cigar again. We haven't gotten there yet, Tony. That's the last one because it's the highest proof. Let's see here. Ooh. Apparently Steve's sending me some banger samples of American single malt. So like, maybe this is just going to keep rolling. Like every Sunday, we're going to start doing American single malt Sunday. Who knows? Maybe I just came up with the thing. Oh my gosh, guys. That's the next level for my channel. It's the American single malt Sunday. Oh my gosh. No, like punch me in the face now. Punch you in my face now. Oh, I'm a dad. Puncheon is a type of barrel around 500 liters. 500 liters. So what is... I don't know. I can't do math. 132 gallon. They make barrels that big? They make barrels that are 130 plus gallons? That's going to be a huge freaking barrel. I mean, obviously, it's like twice the size of a regular barrel, at least. But, like, I mean, still, that's a huge freaking barrel. Are you kidding me? What the heck? Why do they make barrels that big? What's going on there? That seems like some kind of conspiracy kind of stuff. Why do we need a barrel that big? What's wrong with the regular barrels? 2.5? What do we need a barrel that big for? Someone tell me. Why do we need barrels that big? What? All right, let's get it. All right, again, this is Thornton Distilling, single cask, American single malt from Dan Turry. Okay, this was apparently a bottle your own, letting me crack it for him. I think he's obviously already had it, but like, signed by Dan. Thank you, Dan. Ton. I mean, that's a different. That's another type of barrel. A ton is another. No, my God, I don't even want to. Let's get cracking this thing. All right, Dan. This is it. This is it. No going back now. Here it goes. Oh. All right. It's in there. All right. Let's see how this differs from the Solera. I think the color's bugging me out on these, by the way. Color's bugging me out. All right. Here we go. On the nose. That's way different. Holy crap. That's way different. This smells grainy. But there's also like some red fruit. It's like smells like apple. And some like, again, there's that like earthy note. There's like an earthy note on there, but like there's like it's like herbal with some graham cracker or like a shortbread kind of thing, and then some fruit. Interesting. I mean, I have a feeling I'm going to get like the same notes, just like an amateur bourbon drinker gets entering into bourbon. I have a feeling I'm going to get like the same notes over and over and over again because my my nose and palate are going to try and figure this out. But I guess that's part of the process, you know. I guess we'll try. We'll see what happens. Now, 56.1 alcohol by volume, 112.2. So this is going to be a little bit hotter. A little bit hotter. Oh, a little bit hotter. All right. Ooh. Now it just smells like straight up red apple skin. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. Here we go. Down the hatch. Whoa. Okay. Hello, proof. Whoa. All right. That I get the oak on. I get like sweet oak straight away on that. I get again like that red apple fruit. I get some vanilla. I get a little bit of an earthy note. But I think the most important thing here with this one is I get the oak right away. Like it's there. So I know right away that there's oak there. The other one, hard to find on the Solera. Oak right away. This one is really good. Oh my gosh, that's actually really good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's actually really good. Trouble. I think we're in trouble. Okay. That's really good. Now on the nose. Now I'm getting this like I think maybe my palate's coming around. I don't know, but like now I'm getting like this like an apple tart on it. Oh, it's fully complexing into like full on like, oh, I can smell certain things now. Like this is like an apple tart. You get that like vanilla and the apple and the bread, like the tart the cooked part on the nose. Ooh. Ooh, boy. Exactly, Bryce. And so it begins. Oh, boy. Luckily, they're not all easy to get a hold of. You know, if I like one, it's not going to be easy to get a hold of, which I'm thankful for. So, you know, all right. I'm going to finish this one off. This is really good. I mean, you guys should probably look for this too. This is really freaking good. Wow. That's really good. Honestly, I think the proof helps a lot. I think the proof helps a ton. Nah. I think it helps a ton. Mm. Oh, the oak with the sweetness, really, really creamy vanilla on the second sip. I'm getting more of the the earthiness. Again, there's like an herbal note that comes across. I can't identify. It's really pleasant. It's that earthiness. Um, but like the vanilla, the sweet oak, the fruit. Oh, that's again, I think the proof has the biggest impact on this. So I'm really hopeful that with the Cedar Ridge, these being at a higher proof than the Solera, I'm really hopeful that that's gonna like, hey guys, the Cedar Ridge is way better than I know. The Solera is not bad. It's just now that I've had this, it doesn't even compare. Like this is way better. So now we've got to get into the peat and sherry. Peat and sherry, 114.4 proof, courtesy of Tony. He dropped this off tonight, guys, by the way. I was putting the kids to bed and he snuck into my garage and left me these. There was supposed to be another one, but unfortunately it leaked everywhere. I offered to drink it from the bag, and we opted not to do that. But you know, it is what it is. Try to keep enough so that way I can have a second round of these at some point, you know. Tony, if you're still here, is it literally just called Untitled Cigar Malt Project? Is that what it's called? Was this some kind of secret society kind of shit? I'd love to know. Solera and Pete and Sherry? Of course. Oh, hey, Ken. Appreciate you, Ken. God, I love getting to meet Ken. Ken's great. Too bad he's probably already in bed, so he has no idea that this is happening. Yes, it's literally called. It's literally just called Untitled Cigar Malt Project. You guys all just try it. All right. So, from what I know, is that they did a peat and sherry last year, and then this is the second version of that. I have no idea how good or highly ranked or rated or anything the one from last year was compared to this year. I don't even know how ranked this one year is either. So you know, it is what it is. But I do know that they did. This is like the second one. It's like now becoming, is it going to become an annual release or something? I don't know, but like um he says it's not a secret society, it's a society with secrets. I know you have secrets. All right. Again, my fear is that everything's going to smell and taste the same. So far, the Thornton does not taste the same, but it's very, very good. The Solera is good. It's just compared to the Thornton, it doesn't stand a chance. But, you know, now we're in the same kind of proof so we can see how they compare. So here we go. Whoa. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I already know that that smells nothing like any of the others, and it's going to take me a second. Entitled Cigar Malt Project is about 8 different flavor elements, but way more flavors. Okay. Well, we'll have to see. All right. So this is entirely different. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. No, these are my first. These are literally the first ones I've gotten to try. The first ones ever. This is it. It's documented on YouTube. The first time I got to try American Single Malt. Crazy. You'll probably pick up a common note between all of the Cedar Ridge stuff. Maybe. The one thing I did notice is that this color is a lot darker on this peat and sherry. Much darker. So naturally I'm expecting more oak impact because of that. But, you know, it is what it is. All right, I'm going to try and go back into this and try and figure this out. Okay, so give me just a second here. All right, so I don't want you to take this the wrong way. However, it smells like kind of vinegary, like vinaigrette. There's like there's almost like a chocolatey note that I'm getting, like a chocolate covered, like a chocolate covered cherry kind of note going on. Only it'd be like if it was like milk chocolate, really, really, really sweet. But then again, there's like a definitely getting some wine. There's definitely like a red wine, grapes coming off of that. And again, they're getting that kind of bready, almost like shortbread. But there's definitely a difference here. There's definitely something different here. I don't know what it is. Definitely something very different. I'm getting more like I said, there's like a soury, a sour vinegary, like vinaigrette with some grape wine, shortbread, a little bit of vanilla, and some oak. Doesn't smell bad. It's very, very different compared to this Cedar Ridge. Peat and sherry equals. Oh, is this peated? Is that what this is? Is that what that means? Is that what that smell is? That like vinegary kind of soury smell? Is that peated? Is that what am I in the wheelhouse? Is that what that is? The more I smell it, and the more my brain processes smelling it, it's more starting to smell like like a wine infused cake is what it's starting to smell like. Because like a vanilla cake with some like a wine, like a wine kind of frosting or liqueur kind of drizzled into the cake. That's kind of what I'm getting. Maybe I'm in the wheelhouse. Maybe I'm not. Maybe this is all just crazy. All right. Here we go. All right. All right. It's the peat. All right. I didn't know that this is peated. So here we go. Then this is my first peated. Woo. That's really good. Whoa, dang. Oh. I'm getting like a almost. I'm going to say this. This is like peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Wow. I'm getting literally like I'm getting I'm getting a peanut butter and jelly uncrustable. Is that crazy? I'm getting peanut butter and jelly uncrustable is what I'm getting. It's so weird because on the nose, like my first time I nose it, I just get like straight up like a vinaigrette. And it's like, but then I taste it. But then I taste it. Wow. That's also really good. Again, I'm getting. Does that make sense? It's like a peanut butter and jelly uncrustable, only with like a wine finish. Yeah? Is that crazy? That's really good. That's really good. I would have a hard time. I'm having a hard time right now thinking between the Thornton. I this peat and sherry second is really, really good. That's really, really good. Whoa. I mean, wait a minute. The Solera is also peated? It doesn't. It didn't have the same. It doesn't have this. Is it because of the proof that the Solera? I don't know what it is, but I don't get the peat on this as heavy as I do on this. No, because like I get that like sour vinaigrette kind of thing. So I didn't even know that the Solera was peated because it doesn't give off. It'd be crazier if it was deep fried grape uncrustable. I Now I need to deep fry an uncrustable. No, no, they're still happening. AJ, I'm about to get into one that is kind of wild. Steve, thank you so much for stopping by, man. I really appreciate it. Your package goes out tomorrow, so I look forward to you getting a hold of that and giving it a try. That's going to be awesome. I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you so much for all the support. Excellent. Right? Now I'm thinking, oh, I should deep fry. I should deep fry an Uncrustable. The problem is that they're frozen, so when you put something frozen into the deep fryer, like, like that whole thing. I don't know. Don't You're not supposed to put water into the fryer, right? Like, isn't that bad? Oh, sweet. Appreciate you, Steve. Appreciate you, buddy. Have a good night. Get some rest. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's really mildly peated. The vast majority of quintessential releases are a blend of peated and unpeated malt. Oh, okay. Just goes to show, even though this is Cedar Ridge and it's local to me, I still don't even pay attention because it's just like, oh, that's single malt. I don't care. Fires are fun. Yeah, but fire's fun. Let's see. I was at a friend's today and we knocked back some old Fit 7, bottled them on together. He hadn't tried it. He liked it. Great. Hopefully the price on that comes down to for other people, because like I think people are still trying to charge for like $70 for it, and it's like, no. Just because it's 7 years, the $10 per year thing, like it should be like $55. Come on. YouTube away, there are ways. Oh yeah. YouTube makes you think you can do pretty much anything. It's like, oh yeah, you can totally just rebuild it. See? 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 But fire is amazing. There's a lot of great stuff on TV, but nothing beats a fire. What up, real Queasy? What up, dude? Thanks for stopping by. All right. I have no idea what to think about this. I feel like this is going to be crazy and it's going to whip my ass, but this is called Cedar Ridge Untitled Cigar Malt Project. And I asked Tony, and Tony said that's exactly what it's called. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into here. When I think of cigar blends for bourbon, it's a mix of a lot of different ones. So I'm guessing this is a mix of a lot of different ones. And I don't, we may be going down a path that I don't know if my body's ready for. You know what beats Old Fit 7 unrestricted? You're dang right it does. You're dang right it does. Unrestricted beats a lot of things. I think the only situation which unrestricted does not beat some of these things is own personal preference and palate. I think it's just what it's going to come down to. I think the underlying majority of people can agree that if you got to try unrestricted, you would agree that it is fantastic and it would be better than a lot of things that you've had. It's like bungee jumping. Oh yeah. I can't get unrestricted. No, so unrestricted is put out by Cat's Eye Distillery, and it's a contract. I believe it's a contract item between Cat's Eye and Hy-Vee exclusively. So if you do not have a Hy-Vee grocery store, you are unable to get unrestricted in your store. But you know, sometimes you can email a guy when his YouTube uh, email is in the not the description, but in his channel details, and then you can send digital transfer of funds back and forth, and then things can show up at doorsteps randomly, and you never know. So let's get on with the got to get a bottle of unrestricted when I get home, from what it sounds like. Yeah, Bryce, they're $29.99 at Hy-Vee. $29.99. 7-year bottled and bond wheated bourbon. Ridiculous. If I make it to Indiana or points west of a trunk with unrestricted. I don't know if they, again, I know it's here in Iowa. I don't know if they send it to all the other Hy-Vees, like in Missouri and other areas. I have no idea if they do. So, but I do know it's exclusive to Hy-Vee. I don't know whether they send it to all of them. We based on your recommendation. Yeah, of course. Green Weenie, of course. I'm glad that you were able to get some. I'm glad you're in an area that they were able to get them. I mess with this. The wife wants to watch Fringe, so we watch Fringe. Hey, thanks for stopping by anyways. I really appreciate it. It's no big deal. Got to take care of the wife. Happy wife, happy life. Appreciate you stopping by and saying hi. It's okay. Don't worry about it, Bryce. I mean, I can go grab one and you can just stop by and grab it. That way you don't have to do anything. All right, so let's get into this. Cedar Ridge Untitled Cigar Malt Project, 114.9 proof. So it's the highest proof of all of these so far. I'm trying to give myself, I'm trying to not smell them out of here before I get to smell them. All right. All right. This is 114.9 proof. So this last one, the cigar malt project, 114.9. The peat and cherry, which is fantastic, by the way, 114.4. Thornton, also fantastic, 112.2. And the Solera was 94. I agree. I think bourbon absolutely smells the best. Amazing. Okay. All right, let's get this on the nose. I don't know if any of these have age statements or not, to be honest with you. Let me look. Let me see. This says, yes, yes. It most definitely does not. Definitely does not. Most are non-age stated, apparently, per Tony, who delivered 3/4 of these non-age stated. I don't know if that's a normal thing or not, to be honest with you. Couldn't tell you. All right, let's get this on the nose. I'm a little scared of this one because it says cigar, and I just know that like that could be just crazy. How many different things are mixed together for a cigar blend? Oof. But then I also know that I like a lot of cigar blends for bourbon, so I'm hopeful. A little 50-50. We'll see. Here we go. That smells amazing. This smells almost like bourbon. That's wild. There's just like some oak, fruit, vanilla, and that's about it. My opinion on Scotch and age, take preference from Kentucky aged bourbon, double it due to the climate and using used barrels. Earn years, okay. 6-year bourbon, 12-year Scotch. Okay, well, I mean, we're dealing with American single malt whiskeys, though, not Scotch. So who knows what the rules are different? Who knows? Never know. So far, this smells really divine. It actually smells really good. Like I can tell that there might be some peating there. You said that a lot of someone said it was a mix usually. Very not very peated smell on the nose to me. But I'm getting more bourbon type notes on this where there's some like just really sweet fruit, oak. Ooh, it smells really good. So, oh, Andy hooking us up. Here we go. Consists of malted barley aged ex bourbon. Well, like Madeira, you'll share of French oak, virgin white oak, and peated malt finished in a ruby port. So, like I said, it smells. It smells really, really good. There's a lot of like bourbon notes in there. You get more of the like oak and like some vanilla and fruit than anything on there. Smells really good. Smells really good. And let me guess, this is like super rare. Can barely get your hands on it. It's nowhere to be found. Let me guess. Because so far, this smells the most appetizing to me out of all of them. Even though I really like the Thornton, I really like this beet cherry. This one smells the most appetizing. And let me guess, this is probably like unobtainium. Let me guess. Oh, it's all good, AJ. Don't worry about it, buddy. 23 years you'll read about. Yeah, yeah. What up? What up in Smoke Tamales? Steve, you just missed Steve. Steve just left. He's got to get up early for work. He has to get up. I can't believe he gets up at like 3:15 to go to work. That's I had to go to the bottle to remember all that. It was a 2024 release. Totally setting ourselves up for failure here and disappointment already. It's a 2024 release. Okay. Well, watch. I'm going to absolutely love this, and it's going to be just now a grail find. Here we go. Totally unobtainable. Okay. Oh boy, that's great. I hope I love it. Just to compound the pain, I hope I absolutely love it, and that I love everything about it, and that it's the thing that is turns me on to American single malts, and it's absolutely impossible to get. I really hope that that's what it is, and then I'll say, you know what? I'm not drinking another American single malt until I get a bottle of this Untitled cigar malt project from Cedar Ridge. Never again. I just read the American single malt doesn't need an age requirement to be a single malt. What? An American single malt doesn't need an age requirement to be American single malt. So they can just slap some together? That's wild. Dan, bud. This is really, really good. Thank you so much for letting us crack this. This is really good. I also really enjoyed the Cedar Ridge Peat and Sherry's second. That's also really good. The Solera, fine. It's fine. And I'm about to try the Cedar Ridge Untitled Cigar Malt Project, which smells the best on the nose to me. However, I've been told now that it's basically unobtainium. So I have that going for me in case I absolutely love this. Since I love it on the nose, that it's gonna just lead to further disappointment that I'll never be able to get one. That'd be great. It's gonna be just perfect. Doesn't even need to be a single malt to be a single malt. Does that say what I just read? Doesn't even need to be a single malt to be a single malt. How does how does how does that work? Help me. How does how does one make a single malt whiskey that isn't a single malt whiskey, but you say it's a single malt whiskey? How? Like, yes. Yes. This. This right here. What? What? How? I don't even know what's going on right now. I don't even like. How does that? How is that legal? I know, right? It's like, wait a minute. This is the best. This is the best American single malt whiskey you've ever had in your entire life. It tastes nothing like an American single malt. That's because it is not an American single malt. But it says American single malt. Yes. Yes. Enjoy. It does need to be 100% malted barley and from the same distillery. Okay. All right. Okay. It's 100% single malted barley, of my understanding. It can be a different variety of like Pilsner and Munich mix. Okay. All right. So we're getting a little bit more clarity here. All right. I was just thinking like you can mix just like anything you want together and just be like, this is an American single malt. So there is clarity there. All right. All right. You know what? Let's get in on this. So again, on the nose, I get some very, very pleasant, like I said, bourbon, almost kind of bourbon notes, some oak, vanilla, fruit. Again, this is kind of like that classic, a lot of classic bourbon notes on the nose for me here. Hmm. I am getting a little bit of funk, which I'm going to say is likely some peating. I don't think there's no peating in any of these, but like I'm guessing the funk, the earthiness, and stuff like that. I'm guessing that's what I'm getting as the peating. Ah, I am I am so glad you asked this. What's up with Yoda back there? right here. Yoda, right there, is a reproduction from the actual mold of Yoda from the original Star Wars. So that is a certified certificate of authenticity and everything reproduction from the actual mold used to create Yoda. And I love Star Wars. There you go. Pretty sweet, huh? Single malt refers to single distillery and malted barley. Oh, is I guess I never cared to research. So a single distillery's malted barley is what it means. Huh. Huh. All right. Slight toffee popcorn. Like I said, I'm getting like vanilla and I'm getting just like I said, like some bourbon notes, like the sweet oak, vanilla, fruit, and then there's just that funk that I'm like I said, I'm attributing to the peat. So, anyways, all right, let's get this down the hatch and see how we enjoy this one. Hopefully, I absolutely hate it because if I love it, it's basically unobtainable. So, got that going for me. Oh fuck, that's good. Shit. Um, wow. Wow. That's got a lot of flavors going on. Dang. Just like straight up, I get straight up like a almost like a port wine plus some some apples, the tart plus a little bit of like the earthiness is more like what I attribute to like a tobacco-y flavor from bourbon plus some like oak and char. Wow. Plus, then the extended finish, just grapes, just grapes, which is fantastic, but just grapes. Really, really freaking good. Wow. Wow. What? That is really good. Why don't they make all of them like this? You know how many of these things they would sell? What is going on here? This is crazy good. Whoa. All right. Now, if I was going to own one, right? Like if I just said I was going to own one off of trying it, it would be that one. It would be that one. That's really good. Whoa. And then I would say I'd probably go. I would say then I would. I'd say then I would probably go the Thornton, then the Pete and Sherry, and then the Solera. But this one, I'm glad it came last. That is really good. Man. And I bet you it's just. So if anyone can find me one of those to buy, let me know. I'm sure it's nowhere to be found at this point. Dan? Where's Dan? Dan? I bet you Dan can find it. 30 more shell. No, I Listen, I would say, listen, if they were all like this, or best I could say is if you guys can give me recommendations of ones that are like this is 100% in my in my wheelhouse for like the flavors that resonate with me, like out the gate, 100%. These I could learn. These I could learn to love very much so. This is the Pete and Sherry second edition. This is the Dan's bottle your own single cask from Thornton. I bet you if I gave myself enough time trying these, I bet you I would learn to love these. The Solera, I don't know. I don't know if it's the proof that's just doing it injustice at this point, or if it's just different. I don't know, but it just didn't really resonate with me. But this Cedar Ridge Untitled Cigar Malt Project, that's in my wheelhouse. That one's in my wheelhouse. And you saw nothing. That one is really, really good. I'll start looking for a bottle. Star Wars figurine collectors take me back to my childhood best days ever. Oh yeah, man. I love Star Wars. I mean, I got Star Wars tattoos. I have a Death Star snitch. This is my I have tattoos for everyone in my family except for my kids, my newest kids, because I haven't gotten the tattoos for them yet. But this is my wife influence, and that's a Death Star snitch. I love Star Wars. I've always loved Star Wars. And I have a friend at work that had that, and he was like, I need to get rid of a bunch of stuff. And he sold me a bunch of Legos that are sealed, that are Star Wars, and this guy. And he gave me a great deal on it. And I have no idea what it's worth. I have the original box, the original certificate, and everything. I have no idea what it's worth these days. I probably shouldn't know what it's worth because, I'd be like, oh, you know what I could get for that? No, I shouldn't do that. Compare your hazmat Cedar Ridge versus the Dead Drop hazmat. Dan. Dan is such a troll, man. Dude, this is really freaking good. This is really good. Is this the thing that they had like at a couple weeks ago that you guys went to? Well, as New Holland American Single Malt. Oh God, New Holland. That's gonna be trouble, isn't it? Got my eyes on Stranahan 12. Oh no, that's his point. That's his point, Tony. He's clowning on Cedar Ridge not having one. It's like Kitakura says, use the force. Tea, Earl Grey, hot. Yeah, this is really good, Dan. I didn't want to drink a lot of it because you graciously let us crack it. This is really good. Like going from this Solera 94 from Cedar Ridge to this was 100% stood out as like fantastic, way better. This Pete and Sherry is also really good, compares really well with it. I think they're a little different, but in terms of like how much I enjoyed them, very equal. I really enjoyed them. This Cedar Ridge Untitled cigar malt though is 100% like it's targeted me. Oh, that's right, the Dead Drop Clementine in the Lord. That's right. I did get Dan, and you're welcome to obviously come and try it. I just got the Rockton. I just got the Rockton Dead Drop Hazmat. Let me grab it. I don't know if you've had it or not, Dan, but straight rye whiskey barrel 620 rock, but yeah, it's the Rockton one. I don't know if you've had it or not. Would love to try it and compare it to the Globetrotting Glazing or Globetrotting. Can't remember the name of the Globetrotting someone. Would love to compare it. By the way, I did get identical one off of Unicorn. No, that's not even fair, Tony. Doing that comparison, I don't even think that that's fair. Especially considering the only Michter's 10 Rye I have is a 2023 Michter's 10 Rye, which is heralded as one of the best, like one of the best versus 9 3/4, which yeah, it's really, really good, but Michter's had their first the same family should pair. Yeah. So I just saw that they had this at Rockton, so I had someone grab it for me. They were traveling through, and so I had them grab it for me. 142.6 on this one. You son of a. When I crack, so that Michter's 10 Rye hasn't even been cracked yet. So when I crack that, we'll do it. I promise you. We'll do it. You can even be here. You can even participate. You know what? I'm not doing it until you're here to do it too. How about that, Tony? Ha. Gotcha. Chess, not checkers, my friend. Oh, guys, that's really good. Oh, that's really good. Can somebody help me find the Cedar Ridge Untitled Cigar Malt Project bottle? That's really good. Well, I mean, I've got to say that just out the gate, American single malts are way better than I expected. I don't know what I was expecting, but they're way better than what I was expecting. And I think this Cedar Ridge Solera 94 proof, I think that, I don't know. It either needed more time in the barrel or something. It needs more influence off something. It's just not as good. These three, though, are really, really good. And I'm scared of, Steve said he's sending me a bunch of snowflake and other stuff. I have no idea what any of that means. So, yeah. If you're ever in the Quad Cities neighborhood, the Hy-Vee in Milan, Illinois has Wally Run 10-year single malt for $90. I got to check something real quick. Let me see what this is. Oh, so this is malted rye, not single malt. Okay. 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 Yep. We were in the Quad Cities, and I must have just overlooked that. We went to Portillo's, and then, dang. Yeah. Yeah. Gonna bring the pain there, Tony. I'm bringing it. You don't get to just come in here and make them comments, not feel it. Oh. In that case, we should find a 2026 Maker's 10 rye. You buying? You buying, bud? You buying? So I think the only logical solution here, people camp out at Stranahan's for the snowflake. Oh, really? So, like, could be some epic stuff. Some really epic stuff. Solid 26 219. Let me know if you need the source. Yeah, I don't know. That 2023 is 2023 was not that cheap. I got it cheap. I didn't get it that cheap, but 2023s are a different animal. If Tony doesn't, Dan, then maybe I'll spring for it. Who knows? Look at that. Look at those eyes. Look at those beady little eyes right there. All right, guys. I need to have some bourbon because I really appreciate it. And I had a lot of fun trying the American single malts, but I need some bourbon in my life right now. I need some bourbon. Jeff, I'm pretty new to rye. I picked up a Thomas Handy. I just picked up a casual Thomas H. Handy. Casual. I think it's good. The unfortunate thing it has going for it is that the Sazerac Full Proof is, I don't want to say it's equally as good as much as I want to say that value for money is a tremendous, and I mean tremendous, competitor to it. Honestly, I wonder about Thomas H. Handy as far as what they were thinking about, the foolproof versus that. But having had both, the Thomas H. Handy is still better, in my opinion. However, the value for money that you get from the Sazerac foolproof is not a big enough gap to make it be like, oh, the Thomas H. Handy is like, oh, you got to buy that every single time. If I had a choice of each one at MSRP, knowing what you get, I'm still taking the Sazerac foolproof, and I would be flipping the Handy. But if you got it to MSRP, it's probably worth holding on to and just enjoying, because you're probably rarely going to get many other beat hacks at MSRP. So I would enjoy the one that you got, and knowing that, like, that may be the only time. What is my favorite store pick I have? Oh, what a question. Holy crap. So, favorite store pick that I have. Dang. Wow. That's like from the top ropes. Um, Man, the favorite store pick. What's my favorite store pick? Oh, I have a question. No, well, nope, it has to be a store pick. I'm gonna short circuit that question. I'm gonna say it has to be it has to be an actual like. I'm not gonna say store pick. I'm gonna say barrel pick. Okay, we're gonna say it's a barrel pick. So I'm going to eliminate all of the like Barrel King blended offerings that we get from the club. I'm going to eliminate all of those out the gate just because that wouldn't be fair, in my opinion. So it's actually going to have to be a store pick. Um, so right away, I'm going towards the first thing I'm going towards is the Jack Daniel's Barrel Proof Rye from like Bruzel 2. Not because it's Bruzel, it's just those all of those are really good, and they're the things that I drink through probably the fastest. So I don't want to say like, oh, it's Bruzel's. It's pretty much any Jack Daniel's Barrel Proof Rye that's a store pick. I like will go through those fairly quickly because they are all delicious. And Bruzel's happens to be, I believe his is a fire brigade. Yeah, I think his is like a fire brigade, and before people even knew what fire brigade was. Um, all right, so I got to keep going here. Store pick. Oh well, and it can't just be like, no, I'm going to short circuit that again. It has to be a store offered it. A store offered it. Um, so I would say right away we're at three different bottles. The first one is it's not even fair. It's not fair. So they're all buff turkeys. So I'd say probably the Buckner's 15 buff turkey store pick is probably my favorite store pick. However, it's unrealistic because most people probably have never even seen it. I think what is the store pick that I'm drinking on the most right now? That would be Barrel Society's Dragon's Milk pick, vanilla wafers. Absolutely delicious. Yeah, the Sazerac Foolproof 125 is just yeah, you got me right. That was a great question. I got to work late tomorrow. I'm glad I was able to put in some news. See you next week. Absolutely, we'll see you next week. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I'm just glad that we didn't start some donation train that makes me try something else crazy next week. Bear claws good. I don't know if it's the absolute best that I've ever had. It's really freaking good. Um, it's up there. I don't think it's. I think the question was that I have, and I don't have any more bear claws. Donation train for no. No, please don't. Japanese. I don't think I've ever had any. I know there's like Hibiki and that kind of stuff, and I've never had any. I didn't do that to my first one. But yeah, Dan again, Bear Claw, freaking amazing. I gave away way too many of them, and then I'm out. So never again. I'll have to maybe see if I'll pay an exorbitant amount on secondary someday for one that shows up. My lord. Anyways, I need to get some bourbon in me because I've had all single malts, and I need to get some bourbon. So let's get these out of here. I'm going to keep them right here so they're handy. Speaking of handy, Dan, I've got your. I'm going to put this back. I'm going to grab a bourbon. Now, what do I drink after having all single malts? What do I drink? What's everybody say? Atazaki small batch. I don't know if that's for me or for AJ. Let me know what I should drink. I haven't had a bourbon, so I need to have a bourbon. Or I guess I could have another whiskey. I could have a rye if I really wanted to, but I need to know what should I drink. Cleanse the palate with unrestricted. I can do that. I can do that. I'm going to put this back. Some unrestricted here. There is unrestricted. Crack the Jepsons in the spirit of Malort. What Japs? No, oh, the pick. Is that what you're talking about, Dan? The Jepsons pick? Is that what you meant? The spirit of Malort. Oh, that one. Yeah. I forget that I even have that. This guy. Jepson's bourbon. So this is straight bourbon whiskeys. So that means they have to be 4 years, right? Yep. Okay. Non-chill filtered. This is, so before we get into unrestricted, which we know is absolutely bomb, we're going to try this. Dan swears by it. 100 proof. And this is like $16. $16. You guys should, I mean, I'm going to trust Dan on this. And I'm going to say it just before I even get to try it. You should probably look for it if you haven't seen it. So let's get this open yet. Screw top. Always appreciated. Always appreciated. Oh, it's very sweet. Very sweet on the nose. Very, very sweet on the nose. Yeah, a lot of oak impact. Just a lot of oak and fruit. Smells good. Just pretty much all I'm getting. Maybe the single malts mess with me, but that's all I'm getting. On the hatch. Oh, that's interesting. It's got like a cotton candy, and yeah, like cherry cotton candy, some vanilla custard, some apple spice cake, a little bit of creamy vanilla. It's actually really, really good. Dang. $16. You weren't lying, Dan. That's a great value for that. That's really, really good. Dang. Yeah. Heck yeah. Go out and get you guys some of these. Go find this. If you have it, it's cheap. It's cheap stuff. It's like 16.99 or something, I think is what we got it for. Yeah. Dan said 16.99 bottle coming up. That's really good value. That's really good. I mean, you can tell just by the color. It's probably a little on the younger side of that 4 years for straight bourbon whiskey. Still really freaking good though. Not astringent whatsoever from that oak impact. Really, really good. That would be a great one to stock up, especially this would actually be a really good starter, like for the night. Yeah, it's a great price. Great for the price. Have you tried leather and oak from Ohio? I have not. If you're talking about a brand of bourbon or whiskey, I have not. I have not. I've thought about finding a way. I either need to set up a business and get like a business office or something that I can send stuff. And so people can just send samples or whatever they want all the time. I don't have to worry about it. I've been thinking about it. This is really good though for like this would be a great starter for the night. 100 proof, so it's not too much to like light your mouth on fire with no warning. And the flavors are really decent. Really, really decent. Like I said, I was expecting some astringency and stuff because I figure it's on the younger side based on the color, but it's actually quite good. Yeah. This is like some like there's some like cherry candy going on there. A little bit of cough syrup on the back end. A little cherry cough syrup on the back end. But overall, really good. Really good. Yeah, and it's $16.99. Who gives a sh? Unrestricted. All right, here you go, guys. If you haven't seen it before, here it is. Unrestricted. Bottled and bond. Aged 7 years. Wheated straight bourbon. Absolutely delicious. This is, I mean, if I had to say the number one thing that Dan Turry has done to impact my life, this is probably it. Without him, I probably never would have even looked at this bottle twice, seeing it at $29.99 at the grocery store. But thanks to him, I do know, and I have gotten to enjoy, and I get to now tell everyone about it. It is fan-freaking-tastic. So thank you, Dan. You're a man of the people. Oh gosh, there it is. There's that. I just smells absolutely amazing. There's just caramel and vanilla. You do get the like the weeded on the nose, but man, caramel, vanilla, sweet oak, fruit. Oh, that is so good. Dude, you're the best, man. All right. Gosh, I love unrestricted so much. I love it so much. God, that is so good. Just it's a full package. Just you get like the full pleasantries of wheat, tart. You get that whole package of a fruit tart, vanilla, caramel, oak, brown sugar. It's just, and then for me, when it finishes, it's like cherry Luden's candy. It's so delicious. It is so delicious. $29.99. $29.99, and I like it better than Old Rip Van Winkle. Just so you know, the Old Rip Van Winkle 10. I think it has Old Rip has a better nose, even though the nose on this is fantastic. I think Old Rip has a better nose, but I think that Unrestricted better on the palate. It's my opinion. We'll see in about 4 days. See in about 4 days, right here. In 4 days, this is going to someone that will send it off to other people, and we'll find out what other people think that don't necessarily have access to it. The word's going to be potentially get out. We'll see. Do that, or they're going to be like, it sucks. What are you guys thinking? You guys are dumb. You guys are just trying to sell your Iowa weeded bourbon. Man, this is really, really good. Yeah, I love it. I got a bunch of other samples. I just got another bunch of other samples here. I did try the Tawny Port. You can let Ken know that I did try that. I think I already told him, Tony. I did tell him I don't get much Tawny Port. I don't get much Tawny Port off of that. You can see, you can definitely, there's an influence, but it's just not that much. I don't get that much. Oh, this is what I'm going to try right now. This. Let me get another Glen. This is this. If you can't read it, this says Oak Bowery 1. So, as you know, I've done a review of Bruzel's Oak Bowery cast strength, and this was the original thing that he sold. I think maybe it was to Patreons, or maybe he did it at like one of the bourbon festival, Bruzel Fest or whatever last year, that you could get Oak Bowery 1 from there. I'm not sure, but I'm going to try Oak Bowery 1. Have a great night, Demetrius. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Always appreciate all your support. Thank you so much for all you do. You have a lot of comments, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Have a good week. So we're going to try Oak Bowery 1. And I'll leave a little bit here, you know, whether it's Dan or Tony. If you guys come over, I'll leave a little bit so you can try some. Let's see what we get here. Interesting. Interesting. Did they put how much? I'm going to need to look up right now. I need to look up how much Oak Bowery 1. I need to look at, because this is all Old Dominic. I was gonna say this is all Old Dominic, isn't it? Yep. Oh well, there's 2 small 30-gallon bottles of wheat state wheated bourbon in it. 123. I was gonna say it smells hot. 123 proof, 1,061 bottles, 3 barrels of Old Dominic high rye, 3 barrels of Old Dominic high rye, 3 barrels of Old Dominic low rye, 2 small 30-gallon barrels of wheat state bourbon. Okay. I was gonna say I smelled Old Dominic out the rip. It smells like Old Dominic, so great. I'm not so off. Like I haven't had too much or anything that I'm just not like that this isn't working. I smelled Old Dominic. Tennessee whiskey. Old Dominic Tennessee whiskey. Smells good. At 123 proof. Dang. All right. Let's get into it. Whoa. Whoa, that's really good. I'm gonna give more credit to Old Dominic than I am to Brussel, unfortunately, because Brussel just kind of mixed it all together, right? Like, I mean, Old Dominic, man, that's some really good stuff. Wow. Okay. A lot of great fruit. That's like you're starting to get into like a fruit compote going on there. Fruit compote onto some like that wheat. That wheat influence is like more like that is more of like a waffle. So it's like a buttermilk waffle with like a berry compote with some vanilla, like some vanilla whipped topping. That's really good. Why didn't he go with that route for the Oak Bowery cast strength? That's really good. I really like that. I mean, I'm partial. I really like Old Dominic though too. So like maybe it's just like a little bit of bias there, but man, that's really good. If you guys didn't get a chance to get that from Bruzel, the Oak Bowery 1, man, I wish that's what Oak Bowery cast strength was. I mean, Oak Bowery cast strength was good. Like it was good. I don't think it delivered, and I think Bruzel has, and TJ has admitted, like, yeah, they wanted to do a little bit higher quality than what was delivered, but they also needed to try and like, get the money. And I don't want to say he phoned it in with his name and some cred and popularity that sold it, but like it's good quality. It's just it's not this. If it would have been this, I would pay $75 for that and not be super disappointed. I was a little critical of his cast strength because I was like, I don't think this is $75. I'd feel a lot better at $75 at this one. Bryce, have a great one, dude. Cheers, buddy. Let me know if you find anything else. Let me know if you need to answer any questions. Have a good one, dude. Would like more transparency on his mash bills. So wasn't he more transparent on the? I'm pretty sure on his cast strength, um, he's pretty transparent. Yeah, 28.5% of the blend is 80% corn, 10% rye, 10% malted barley. 28.5%, 78% corn, 14% rye, 8% malted. So like, and in my video, I put that in there. So like, it's in there. So he's pretty transparent on that. I think he could, if he said where exactly it came from, I think that's the only thing. It just said distilled in North Carolina. Which, that's whatever. Yeah, I mean, when you have a 4 grain 5 mash bill blend, though, it's hard to put that on the label. But it's definitely Southern Distilling. It's definitely Southern Distilling. I think he's openly admitted that, so I don't think it's. Yeah, so I just clicked that. I didn't even know it. Southern Distilling. It's pretty transparent about they use that. There is all the mash bills on the website. I think getting that many onto the label would have been difficult, and that would have been probably just a jumble of stuff. we're not we're not all alcoholics. So sipping on some Stag 26A. All right, Stag 26A. Nice, 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 nice. How are people doing finding? Oh, look, there's Dan in the background. There he is. There's Dan. Hey, buddy. You're on the big screen. Look at you. Look at you. Hey. Look at us. Huh? Look at us. 26A. I love 26A. It's really good. That's really good. Really, really good stuff. 26A and 25D are definitely a refresher, or I guess a breath of fresh air from the last couple of years, I would say, because I think probably 2022 was the last time we had some really good Stag, and then it took until 25D, 26A for us to have it again. So I hope, and I mean hope, that maybe 26C and D can be a little bit better than 26B was. 26B is all right. It's fine. I think it's lacking a little bit of the areas compared to 26A, 25D. But I think there's still opportunity and there's a chance, especially if they haven't bottled. Well, they probably are just bottling D now, if I had to guess. 26C is already bottled, ready to go. They're probably bottling D right now. So hopefully they were like, oh, let's do this. 26B. Where did you find 26B at? It's interesting to know. A lot of people would be interested to know where you found 26B at in which state. I think Iowa got one bottle to a bunch of different stores one time, and that's it. I'm pretty sure that's it. 26B is all right. I got mine from Nashville. Oh, you got yours actual in Clinton? I knew you were from that area. I figured you got it in Illinois. Dude, that's awesome. Dang. For you to get it in Clinton, because they got probably one bottle. That's the thing, is they probably got one bottle. So you probably got the one bottle that they got. That's wild. Because if it's Iowa, they all sent one bottle to every the lottery sent one bottle. So if you got one, that's wild. You got so lucky. I remember talking, you know what? I remember talking to you. You're right. Dude, that's a good price. 125 or less on Stag is where it's at. You want to be at 125 or less. So you made it. You did great. Haven't seen or heard of it in Colorado. What? In Colorado? This is like the one thing that Colorado doesn't have. They have everything else. I've gotten a 4 grain, cured oak, CYPB, single barrel. I've gotten pretty much everything I want from Colorado at close to MSRP. So the fact that they don't have 26B blows my mind. This blows my mind if they don't have 26B. And if they don't have 26B, it's probably coming, and it'll come like it'll just be buy one get one free probably. Tons of 26A makes sense. I said that 26A was distributed in a number that was not even close to other years. It's insane how much 26A has been out there. And that makes me really happy. A ton of people have gotten a 26A, and that's exactly what I want. I want a lot of people to get what they're looking for, or getting a lot of these things for the first time, and that's super super important. Super happy. I did, like I said, I did get a cured oak and 4 grain. The 4 grain's gone. I traded that for stuff, and the cured oak is on. It's going to be on its way out. It's going to be on its way out. The values on those, getting those at MSRP and being able to flip those for other things is like ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But I mean, it's also a good thing. So we are we got a bunch of 26A here in New Hampshire, and it's a wasteland here. It must have been. So does that mean you still have a bunch of 26A, or does that mean you know, like 26A came and a big drove? Once it was all gone, it's been gone and it hasn't restocked. Is that what you mean? Have you got? Do you guys like on my videos? Do you guys like what I do on the TV in the videos, by the way, or is there something different I should do on the TV? The way I think about it, here's the thing: is the way I think about it is that if people aren't necessarily um, aren't necessarily interested in what I'm saying, at least if they look up here, they get to watch something else that's interesting, and I still get the view, and like, so I'm still getting and retaining their attention, even if they don't care about what I'm saying. Wow, interesting times. Yeah, so like in my videos, you'll see like the one video I had a demolition derby going on in the background. So it's like even if people even if people don't necessarily care what I'm saying, they're in the back like, oh, look at that demolition derby. That's the way I felt. Like, imagine, like, you're like, I want to support this person, but I kind of am bored by whatever they're saying. But look, there's a demolition derby going on in that TV back there. That's the kind of that's the way I thought about it. I was like, you know what? At least, maybe I can retain some people because they'll be like, you know what? He's not interesting, but that is. No, it's always on mute, so you never get any of the audio. So nope, there's nothing can happen there. I'm about to put 4 TVs behind me now. Oh, yeah, but that's the way that I think. Where I'm like, just like, you know what? If people click on me and they get here, if they're not interested with what they see or what they're hearing, maybe they'll stick around for whatever I've got going on in the background. One of these days, I'll just have to do like puppies and stuff, like all the things that are like satisfying to watch. I'll just put that on in the background. Can't go wrong with cars crashing. Absolutely not. Like, absolutely not. Many times indeed, Bubble Chase just became a shelfer here for the first time in over 7 years. 7 years for it to become a shelfer? Whoa. I mean, it's been a shelfer here. The problem is that it's always been like $30, $35 instead of the $20, $25 it's supposed to be. Let's see here. You know what? I've always wondered what's other things that I could do here with this. Oh, I can create a banner. Enter banner. I can tell you. Please subscribe or don't. It's fine. I can do it on the. I should do it at the top, so that way it doesn't interfere with my card. Normal. Add banner. Okay. Does that work? Yes. Please, please work. Please work. Yeah, that's cool. Trace and Blanton's both have become pretty much shelfers around here. My jewel, yeah, Blanton's is on its road to they need to figure out something different to do. I just want to say that. Just regular old Blanton's is they're on a road to figuring out like we should probably do something different. Blanton's Gold and Straight from the Barrel I think are fine, but Blanton's regular Blanton's they're on a path where they need to figure something else out and right quick. Is it true that because NDC 511 markets have been flooded and they liquidate warehouses? I don't know if that's true or not. Like, there's no validation to it because no one will come out and say it. Um, you know, we do know that. Um, we do know that like Colorado was a test market for some stuff, and it's testing obviously very well. Yeah, I don't know. Until someone from RNDC comes out and says, this is what we did, or this is what's happening, it's all just hearsay. And it's all just rumors. So there's no verification or validation to anything. I don't think that they have enough inventory. Like, it's not going to save them from bankruptcy. So why like try and push it to try and sell it? Like that's going to save them or something. It's not going to do anything. Random question. How long do y'all typically let a freshly cracked, high proof pour sit before you sip? Y'all just neck pour. I neck pour. I neck pour it. Like you neck pour it, and it's like it's either going to be good or it's going to be like you're going to be able to tell that something's just not right because like if especially I mean if you're new to bourbon and whiskey, I would say you probably shouldn't be that in that high of proof in the first place, but I get it. If you want to try the stuff that everybody else says that you should be trying. Um, but for me, like I just neck pour it. And if it's a distillery that is one that I've had before or a source, then you know, oh, I was able to mute it before that happened. Sweet. All right. But yeah, um, it just doesn't. It basically like if it's a distillery that I've had before, I should know what to expect, the flavor profile to expect. Like there's just a bunch of things that I already know, flavor profiles that if it doesn't taste right, I'll know. I'll mark it either mentally in my head or whatever. Then I'll come back and revisit it in like a week and see if it's changed. But for the most part, I just neck pour it. Usually, I let things sit if I'm doing a blind, so that way everything's equal. So I'll just let everything be the same. So I know that neck pours and everything can be the same, but like just to give the perception of making sure that there's no thing that can be influenced or different, I just let them sit usually for 10, 15 minutes anyways, and then go. So that way it's just one more thing that if someone comes to the channel and wants to be like, oh, but you didn't let them sit or whatever, I can just eliminate that and get that out of there. Yeah, like Jack lets it sit. No, it's fine. I don't care. But I just roll with it. I'm gonna. I think I have Kleenex around here somewhere. I'm gonna try it. Try and blow my nose. 1 second. That came out of nowhere that I needed to do that. It's wild. Let's see here, but yeah. It says I used to let them sit late. I've just been neck pouring them. Yeah, like I said, I just usually if it's just like a fresh crack of anything, I usually just go for it. Um, I don't have really high proof bourbons or whiskeys out the gate unless I've had a warm up. That's the only caveat to that is that I always warm up. I don't ever just like YOLO, 130 plus or even a hazmat out the gate. I usually will start with something lower proof. So like my typical starters, well, one is I'm going to be including this one now. Now I'm going to be including this Jepson's as part of my starter lineup is something that I could do. But I'd say typically you'll see me in like the Old Forester 100 proof like store picks. That's something that I'll start with. I'll do some Buffalo Trace. Um, and that's more not even necessarily as a warm up for my palate as much as it is a test of my palate to make sure that if I taste Buffalo Trace, I should taste Buffalo Trace. And if I do not taste Buffalo Trace, something's probably wrong and everything else is going to go wrong. So that's really what it's about, is kind of more like a calibration test rather than a warm up. It's a calibration to make sure that I'm not about to go down trying to review a bunch of stuff when things that I normally taste a certain way don't taste the way they normally do. But then like some bottom pond, there's some air. Yeah. Old Forester, yeah, the Old Fitz, sorry, not Old Forester, Old Fitz 7 bottled and bond. I agree, probably need some air out the gate. Same with the Jack Daniels Heritage Toasted Barrel. That also needs some air. In fact, like I would almost open that and leave it open for a little while and then even pour a little bit of it off and let that sit. That those heritage toasted barrels are notorious for needing like air, otherwise it tastes like a Sharpie marker. Eagle Rare 10. Eagle Rare 10. I don't buy them. Honestly, I don't really buy them anymore. Eagle Rare 10s. Just because like I don't I mean we don't get them around here, so it's going I have to go out of my way. Yeah, they are fine for a price point now. But the reason that I stopped was because the price point was not worth trying to get them. But there's a bunch of other things I could just have. Plus, I have plenty of Old Charter oak, finest oak, which I think are better than Eagle Rare 12. And I have a couple of Eagle Rare 12s, and I think Old Charter oak, finest oak is better than Eagle Rare 12. And you can agree or disagree. It's the same mash bill. I think they used better barrels. Everything I think was better done because it's the same proof. I think Old Charter Oak, Finest Oak is better than Eagle Rare 12, and it's more accessible, and you can get it for cheaper. It's just facts. $150 for pretty much every Eagle Rare 12 on the secondary market right now. If you can get it, at retail, that's great. But for the secondary market wise, you can get Old Charter Oak for $89, and you can get Eagle Rare 12 for $150. Rare breed rye. Speaking of rare breed ryes, you guys want to see something that's going to be coming up? I haven't gotten to crack it yet, but I can show you what I've got. I got two things that are going to be coming. Both are not cracked yet, so we know that the video is not done yet. So I've got the 1792 straight rye. That's going to be getting a review done. And I have, speaking of wild turkey, I have the wild turkey single barrel rye from Bruce Russell's pick. And it is called Vanilla and Clove. Bruce Russell, single barrel, special edition. That's probably going to be really freaking good. Really good. And then this straight rye, I've seen a lot of people say it's really good stuff, so I'm going to give it a try. We'll see. I'm a little later to the game because I don't get media samples for some of the other reviewers, and that's fine. I don't care. I'm probably never going to get media samples because I have already demonstrated that I will hold nothing back, and I'm sure that probably scares brands. Whatever. So yeah, 1792 straight rye. That'll be coming out in the coming weeks. Yeah, Jack Daniel's Heritage. That one 100% needs air. 100%. I have not had one yet that didn't. Oh yeah. It's a warm up. Yeah, that makes sense. I use Buffalo Trace because I have a ton of it. I have a ton of it. Let's see here. All right. Love the rye guy, Bruce Russell. Ooh, you say Bruce Russell. That reminds me that I should probably put some wild turkey in one of these glens over here. Mm. What wild turkey do I do though? Which one? I got the non-chill filtered 1 liter rare breed, all the Russell's 13s. I mean, there's always cheesy gold foil. Oh, and I have a pick as well. Where's that? I think that's a. I don't know whose pick that was. Mm, that was Eddie's pick. That's an Eddie Russell pick right there. What do you know about that? 9-year Eddie Russell pick. Tyrone G, floor 4. Russell 15. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I've had way too many pours and different varieties and stuff that my palate and everything's kind of gone crazy for Russell's 15 because it has to be appreciated, and there's a lot of diversity. Not to mention, you saw that my nose is starting to kind of go wild, so I'll pour a lot of these other things, but they deserve to make sure that you show some respect. But I'm one of those people that I will make sure I do a conscious effort to make sure that I'm in the best conditions potentially to be consuming that. So we'll do this Russell's Reserve Eddie Russell pick. 9 years, distilled January 30th, 2015, dumped this on October 25th, 2024. And it was bottled the day after my birthday. All right. All right. Oh, still, this is fantastic. I really wish that they would do these at bespoke proof points instead of making everything 110 proof. I really wish they would do cast strength and just like let this stuff go. Well, I don't know why. You think the secret would be out about the Russell's 13? Like that like every single one of them would be like Russell's 13 quality, and so they've got to let it proof down. Because you know that they're doing picks at cast strength And people are like, "Oh my god, this is freaking delicious!" And then they're like, "Chill out, Turbo. It's gonna be 110 proof." You think that's how it goes? I wouldn't know. I've never gotten to do a pick, so smells delicious though. Not a ton of the wild turkey funk on this. A lot of creamy vanilla, oak. Smells really good. Man, that's really good. I mean, it should be good. It's Eddie Russell's single barrel, like right, like that should be pretty good. But my question would be, did Eddie get to try it after it was 110 proof, or did Eddie try it at cast strength and was like, yeah, that's the one, and then they're like, that would be my question, because I think just proofing it down to 110 so that way it's like the same is just it's not. It's just not. Whatever people. Again, I have never been on a wild turkey or Russell's store pick or barrel pick, so I don't know if you get to sample them at 110 or if you're like others, like Buffalo Trace, Eagle Rare, all those. You'd sample those at cast strength, and then they're like, by the way, by the by, I know that that's delicious. That's going to be going down to 90 proof, 95, 90 proof for Eagle Rare Tin. But like same thing with Buffalo Trace. So they're like, like, yeah, that's really good, isn't it, at cast strength? And we're going to proof it down. Cloud with new era in the 50th. Oh, let's see what this says. Shout out to Marina Boulevard Costco, the first Price Club Costco location ever. 1976 San Diego picked up their collab with New Era for their 50th anniversary. It's an 8-year straight bourbon, tasty at $78. That sounds cool. That sounds really good. Costco, I think is Costco's just like they're doing a really good job of putting stuff out. Like they could very easily gatekeep it, and they're doing a really good job of just like, what? We got pallets of this stuff. We're just gonna put it out. Great. Why not? F it. So I've been really appreciating that because the other day I saw a post something like there was just a shelf of like a pallet of Russell's 13s at Costco, and it was like, hell yeah. Yeah, brother. Yeah. But yeah, this Eddie's pick is really good. I would love to know what it would be like at cast strength. That's the thing. And I wonder if they do that to just increase the yield. If that's just, like the thing is like everything's 110 proof. We know we're going to get this many, usually around this many bottles, make it consistent for the program that they're doing and everything. I don't know, but like, I'd love to know the reasoning behind everything being 110 proof and no variance around that. Because like this at cast strength, can you imagine people being able to just like just whenever they wanted get a cast strength Russell's pick that's like 10 years old, and then where's the value proposition and like where's the allure for Stag, right? Like it's like basically you can have a Russell's 10 cast strength pick It's basically going to be the next Russell's 13, or you can have a stag pick. That seems like. So I know that they're trying to mitigate some stuff here, but man, that would be so good to be able to get cast strength Russell's picks. That would be insanity. Absolute insanity. Although then I think they would start gatekeeping and start giving you like random unknown floor. Like this is a Tyrone G. They'd probably be like, oh yeah, you can have a Tyrone A1. But I don't know why distilleries continue to gatekeep this stuff. They can't afford to. That's the thing. They can't afford to. Just like give it to them. Be like, you can have like open up a whole nother thing of picks. That's the thing. There's the people that want to do the 110 proof stuff to make it cheaper. Like you make this cheaper and offer this to people that want to do picks. And then you have a more expensive option that is the cast strength. Who cares? You're selling the barrel. Yeah, it's going to yield less, but you can sell the barrel for the same price. Who cares? I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? What's your favorite distillery? Oh man. For bourbon, yeah, for bourbon it is Wild Turkey for bourbon. For rye, it is Jack Daniels. Yep. 100%. Yeah. I'd say bourbon close second would be Buffalo Trace just because of like Stag and BTAC. And well, Stag, E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof, and BTAC are probably, close second. But like Wild Turkey with Russell's 15, Russell's 13, obviously the last 2 years have been kind of a disappointment, leading me astray on that. But Russell's 15, Wild Turkey Gold Foil, Rare Breed. I think Rare Breed trounces Buffalo. Like, if you think of like for like products kind of thing, like not necessarily the same proof, but like target market, Rare Breed crushes Buffalo Trace, in my opinion. Like when you're talking about like normal, just normal bourbons. Weeded bourbon. My favorite weeded bourbon is Unrestricted from Cat's Eye Distillery. What's your favorite bourbon of 2026 so far? Well, shit. Cheesy Gold Foil really shit on that fucking parade. Not gonna lie. I thought for sure. I thought for sure there was no way that was going to be that good, and it really, really was. I thought Heaven Hill 22 was going to be my favorite bourbon of 2026 so far. But it's really hard to tell. I'm going to have to run like a lot of tests, a lot of blinds and stuff. But no, 2026 has been really good actually. I'd say Heaven Hill 22 and Cheesy Gold Foil are kind of like those like obvious answers, right? Otherwise, my favorites that I have drank the most of, I would say, are the Old Grandad 114 single barrel. That's probably what I've drank the most of. Followed by, I would say, the Cedar Ridge SBC release, the single barrel stuff, was probably another one of my favorites. Um, I haven't gotten to try um I haven't gotten to try batch 3 of the Jim Beam lineage to know if that, but I anticipate that being very good. Um the Age Taylor Barrel Proof of 2026, 127.9, also really good. Cheesy Gold Foil is 120 proof, by the way. 120. Um Otherwise, whiskey, whiskey, not EH, Barrel Craft Spirits Cigar Blend, by far has been like that's that's been my favorite. Probably just that has been really really good. That's one of my favorites. Barrel Cigar Blend. What is your absolute ceiling price for a bottle before you decide the hype or allocation status is no longer worth inside? Change now that you're close to 3K. No. Um, you know, I don't I don't want to come across as like pompous or anything. Budget's not necessarily like a concern for me. Um, I think there's a reality that comes into play where it's like, is there value for money in that? And what's realistic for it? Like, it's realistic that you have to pay $200 for a Russell's 13 because that's what they're commanding. So paying under that is likely unrealistic. So is $200 good value for it, and I don't think that it's worth it for the last like 2 releases at least. So when someone comes out and says it's $400, it better be one of the best freaking things that I've ever had. And that's why like my reaction of the cheesy gold foil was like, shit, this is really freaking good. I still only think it was $2.99 is the value for that. Um, I think reality is a fine thing. And that's something that I say at work all the time to all my employees. Is that's something I learned from a boss of mine a long time ago. Is that reality is a fine thing. Reality is that value ultimately is only what others set to it. So what their value is different than what your value is, and so you have to be willing to pay what their value is if it's something that you want. Ultimately, the value is like your own opinion. So everyone's different. Just like you'll see everyone saying, "Oh, no, that's no. I won't pay more than $100." Okay, well then you'll never own any of these. You'll never own any of these, right? Because we know that BTAC is a $150 MSRP and or more and climbing. We know that Heaven Hill 22 is like $200 or $299 MSRP. We know Cheese Gold Foils $400 MSRP. We know that I think it was like 299 for Russell's 13. Like so, like the thing is that if you don't find the value, if you don't personally find the value in it, and that's like what you base the decision on, then you're never going to find the value in it. If that makes sense, right? I think it's more based on economics, on whether you can afford it rather than find the value in it. Because there is no value in any of this, right? It's the value of water. What's the value of water and alcohol? Very little. There's literally little value there. So it's all like intrinsic value, right? And so that varies by person to person. So it's all just willingness to buy. So and this is a business thing, is there's willingness to buy and there's willingness to pay, and those things need to meet. And once those things meet, then you have a sale, right? So if you're this far apart, willingness to buy, or willingness to sell and willingness to pay, as long as those are far apart, that's where in between there the secondary market exists. Does that make sense? So I mean, for me, it's whether I want it or not. So a long answer short: do I want it? Yes or no? And if I want it, I'll buy it. If I don't, I won't buy it. Agree there. I'm only on my third bottle of barrel. I'm on my third bottle of barrel cigar, but I give it to the Blue Note Cast finishings. I haven't gotten to have the Blue Note Cast finishing series. I will see it's a special edition, and they're not necessarily just like on the shelves everywhere. So I had to make a decision on whether that's something I wanted to go after or not. I had a sample last year of last year's Blue Note finishing series, and it was not good. And so I made a conscious decision that even if it's better than last year's, it's probably not going to be that consistent over time for the Blue Note cask. So I decided that I wasn't going to get it this year. So again, it's just making a conscious decision. It's not whether there's value there or not. It's do I want it or not? And I was like, after last year, even if it's better this year, I don't care. So you're doing well, sir. What's your day job? I work in IT. So that's what I do. I work in IT. I work in IT management and leadership. So doing all right. I can take care of my family and I can enjoy my hobby, and that's pretty much live comfortably that way, and that's what's important to me. With you on the barrel cigar blend, top two of the year for me. Yes, man, that's the bottle I've backed up the most. I think I'm on like number 3 and 4. Gone through like 2 bottles, and I'm on backup 2 and 3, which is bottles 3 and 4. Absolutely tremendous. If you can afford it, try the 12-year American Toasted Oak as well. That is also a fantastic pour for this year. Barrel has just crushed it this year, to be honest with you. Like, it has been between that 12-year toasted American Toasted Oak. They started off the year with that and then followed it directly with that cigar blend. And it's just like, Jesus. Last year they had all the dovetails that were like really crushing. So it's like barrels on a heater. All right. So if you guys have any other questions or something, let me know. Happy to answer your questions. I'm a pretty open book about things. Obviously, I probably won't go too in depth about, personal stuff like family and things like that, but like anything regarding whiskey and bourbon and the channel, business, stuff like that, I'll gladly go into it. I will say that, working in IT, has probably made this, working on this and doing this has working IT has helped, because it's not like such a daunting technological task. Like, I'm not intimidated by the technology. It's me figuring out like the ins and outs of the YouTube intricacies and nuances that are the hardest parts. The technology's not it. I just keep finding new ways of like editing, new ways of stuff that I need to do, that I need to incorporate, that ultimately the grand scheme of things, I start thinking about ways of how I could automate that. And that could be a complete game changer. If I can figure that out and I can get that done, that could be a complete game changer because I can record, 3, 4, 5 things in a day, and I can just throw it at my automation and it would be done. And this is a content factory. And if I can do that, then I can potentially then turn that around and I could, maybe sell that. So that's a hard nut to crack because finding all the nuances of what's good for YouTube versus what's good for, TikTok and what's good for YouTube shorts and stuff. That's all like all nuanced, all changed, all is different. It's all crazy. Yeah, IT, yeah, information technology. Yep. So I work in computers. Computers. Jeff, have you tried Rare Perfection 10 year? It's an absolute candidate. All right. First of all, before I answer this question, Greasy Spatula, I need to know whether you're trolling me or not, or whether it's a serious question. So if you can answer down below of whether it's a serious question or a troll, because I'm happy to answer it one way or the other. If you're trolling me, then I'll go one way. If it's a serious question, I'll go a different way. No, I'm 42. Not that long. Come on. All right. Well, I'm going to answer this question. Just picked up new Barrel Spirits Decade 2 20-year hazmat finish, right? This is like, this is another thing. Like, they don't have this around here. I have to order it and stuff like that. So I don't have this, but like, they've just been going crazy. Okay. Greasy Spatula. Before I get into ESCV further, I need to ask, do you have one? And I'll wait for you to respond because it's a little delayed. Do you have Rare Perfection 10? Wait for the response. I'm waiting for the response. We're going to see what he says. I have 3. Okay, which batches do you have? Or what lots? You have 3 bottles of only lot 2? I'm just kidding. I have to ask clarifying questions. I'm sorry. Hope I just spilled water everywhere. Oh well. Is that right? You have 3 bottles of lot 2. Right? Okay. So I want you to take, I hope you've got your bottle of Rare Perfection 10. Rare Perfection 10. Right there. I hope you've got it in front of you and you're drinking it. Put some into the glass. I'm going to put some into the glass right now. Closing it up. Okay, I'm going to cheers. Smells good. It is good. All right. Cheers. Going to put it. It is good. Okay. Now, Greasy spatula. I have tried mine, and I hope you've tried yours. Now tell me what lot 1 tastes like. I will wait for your reply. I await your reply of tell me what lot 1 tastes like. And I think that just asking that question alone, and I think some other people are going to already be onto this. And that's exactly the point. What if they said that lot 1 is whiskey of the year or bottle of the year, and you have lot 2? And you go, I have no idea what lot 1 even tastes like, but it is also called Rare Perfection Lot or Rare Perfection 10. And it's not that Rare Perfection doesn't make good batches of things. They use micro batching. They use like 3-barrel micro batching, and that's okay. The problem is that all the hype of that they built for Rare Perfection 10 was based off of lot 1 that came out, and a bunch of bourbon junkies and a bunch of other people and Fred Minnick were all like, hey, Rare Perfection 10 is whiskey of the year. And so everyone wanted to get their hands on a Rare Perfection 10, me included. So I ordered a Rare Perfection 10. And lo and behold, when it shows up, it says lot 4 on it. And I go, what do you mean lot 4? I ordered Rare Perfection 10 because when you look at Fred Minnick's review, if you look at anyone that has a lot 1 review, it says absolutely nothing right there. Okay? And it's a different proof point. It does not say lot 4. It says it's blank right there. And I think it's 131 proof or something like that. So everybody that did not get lot 1 has a different 3-barrel batch, a different proof point, and a different lot number. So when they say that Rare Perfection 10 is potential whiskey of the year, which one? And I think that's the thing, is that they are not transparent. They weren't transparent out the gate. And a lot of people will say, like, oh, everyone knows that Rare Perfection does batch things. That's not how they presented it. It's deceptive marketing, in my opinion. And that's what I have a video about it on here. It's called is Rare Perfection 10 like a wolf in sheep's clothing or something like that? But like, that was my point, is that a lot of people got sucked into buying Rare Perfection 10, and a lot of people got lots 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are at least, I don't know if they stopped, at least on lot 7 at this point for Rare Perfection. And people will say, oh, everyone knows that Rare Perfection is micro batches. No, they don't. And Rare Perfection is like one of the least, and I mean least, transparent companies when it comes to that. Yeah, they have it on their website that they do micro batches, but the fact that they didn't even put lot 1 on their bottle, it was blank. And then every other subsequent lot has a lot number on it. That's deceptive. And I think that's bull. Because everyone saw Fred Minnick's review, because that's what happened. I saw Fred Minnick's review and I thought, you know what? I'm going to order one. And it showed up and I got lot 4. So I think that's that. So that's the question I have. And like I said, I don't want to ridicule you or anything because it is good. And it is good juice. I like it. It is really good. The thing is, lot 4 is really good. But I will never know what lot 1 tastes like unless I go and I try and find a unicorn of lot 1. That was my point. Is that by drinking lot 4, do I know what lot 1 tastes like? Absolutely not. Just like you don't know what lot 1 tastes like by drinking lot 2. Just like someone that has lot 1 will never know. Well, they might know what lot 2, 3, 4 plus tastes like. So which one of these Rare Perfection 10 is the whiskey of the year? Yeah. So like I said, my intent was not to ridicule you whatsoever. That's why I asked. I was like, "Are you trolling or are you asking a real question?" That's why like I said, I wanted to make sure that I was asking because I wanted to know if I needed to troll you back or ask or kind of let you see the point around it is all good juice. They don't really do it badly in the bourbon space. They've done some other stuff that's like, but in the bourbon space, really good. Like my lot 4 is really good. Lot 2 I know is also really good. But the thing is we were all sold on lot 1 and no one said anything that was even lot 1 until lots 2, 3, 4 plus started showing up and we were going, well, why does that say lot 4 on it? Well, I mean, we knew, but like they didn't advertise it in that way and they were banking on a lot, and I mean a lot of people pulling Fred Minnick's review that and just blindly ordering Rare Perfection 10, and it didn't matter what batch showed up because they didn't know. Bingo. But it's important to know that even the bourbon junkies who had a lot 1 and they reviewed it and they were like, yeah, this is amazing. Even the bourbon junkies have come back and said like, that was kind of BS. In one of their videos where they regret buying and stuff, they come back and they say it, and I feel a little vindicated in that regard because I feel like I'm kind of one of the only ones out there that's got a video out there that says that I'm calling this stuff out. And I say that this is dumb, this is bull, and they tried to pull the wool over our eyes. And to an average consumer of bourbon who doesn't know that Rare Perfection does these micro batches, I shouldn't have to do a bunch of research to know when something says Rare Perfection 10 that I'm not getting the same Rare Perfection 10 bottle as everyone else. That shouldn't cross my mind. I shouldn't have to do the research. If you put a bottle of Rare Perfection 10 out there, I should be getting the same bottle and the same kind of blend and everything as everyone else. And I shouldn't have to do research to figure out and decode things on whether that's happening or not. If you're not being transparent about that out the gate and sending bottles to reviewers on YouTube and stuff where people get almost all of their information from, then that's kind of bull. I can't take any chances on bottles I'm unfamiliar with. Basically, stick with legacy distilleries and probably do myself a disservice. It's no. I mean, you're not doing yourself a disservice. Like, as long as you're happy and you're enjoying yourself, who cares, right? Now, if you want to expand and try some stuff, like you just let people know what your budget is and try some stuff. NDPs can do amazing things, right? Like I have a Barrel King subscription, and Barrel King does amazing, and I mean amazing things with MGP, right? And all they do is they take MGP and they slap that stuff in like stag barrels, Willet barrels, Brown Foreman barrels, which could be like King of Kentucky barrels, and it completely comes out as these amazing offers these blends. So like it just depends on what you're wanting to spend, and you know, there's a lot of good information as far as, I want to say that I give out good advice surrounding stuff. Um, but like taking chances, right? Like Barrel King's recent release, both Kentucky Knife Fight and Bomb Pop. Both of those are crazy good. Crazy good. Anything blended by Matt Porter, crazy good. I mean, to be honest with you, anything Matt Porter, Matt Bunch is blended is really freaking good. Um, you know, it's it's really good. So, and they're using basically MGP for the most part. MGP and Grin River. That's pretty much all they do is between those two things, and it's really good. You know what? The only thing about that is legacy. Would you consider MGP legacy? That's my question that I would have. Would you consider MGP a legacy distillery? Because they put out probably more barrels and more juice than most of the legacy distilleries, traditional legacy distilleries, at an equal quality level. Yes, Matt Porter's ADHD whiskey. Yes, he is. I love that guy. I would love to be able to collaborate with him, do a blend. Like I would love to be able to do something with, Barrel King in general someday. I'm a nobody in the space. Yeah, I'm growing and but ultimately I'm still a nobody. Like no one, you know, I'm not getting invited to stuff. I'm not getting media samples. I'm not no one wants to hang out with me, and I'm not hanging out with Matt Porter. I'm not hanging out with any of the bourbon junkies. I'm not hanging out with anyone or collabing with anyone or like in any side chats or anything with anybody from YouTube. Like I'm just doing my thing, and I haven't been invited to anything. And I'm not gonna try and force my way into those. I feel like if I'm invited into some of those circles, that's great. But otherwise, I'm just gonna keep doing my thing. You know, I don't need the media samples. Obviously, I've done all of everything that I've done here. I've done without media samples. It'd be cool for anyone listening. Wild Turkey, Green River, Heaven Hill, Buffalo Trace. It'd be cool, but it's not necessary. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing without it. Nothing. MGP sales fell 50% in Q2. It's because everything was just everything was so expensive. It was impossible to get. And so now they don't have to go just get MGP anymore, right? That's what you're seeing. That people don't have to just rely on MGP as much anymore, and that's why you're seeing the dip. But I think all that's done is MGP is in a good position. They're still going to keep pumping things out. MGP is really, really, really important for the market. So, even if their sales have fell in a significant amount, it's because it's it's not as expensive for people to buy barrels of the other legacy distillery stuff as it was previously, right? Now those legacy distilleries, Heaven Hill, especially Heaven Hill, Barton, they're opening up and saying like, yeah, buy our stuff. So yeah, people are going to try and get those legacy distillery names into their product because that helps them sell things. So yes, it's going to have an impact on MGP. However, I don't think you're going to see any change. I think MGP, if anything, MGP will just keep going. But they've been high on it because they've been consistent quality and availability. That's the biggest thing. It's MGP, consistent quality and availability. Pricing varies, but it's been available. Versus other legacy distilleries would have been like, they've been a little bit tight on things, and then now all of a sudden they're opening up and saying like, oh yeah, you want some of those 10-year barrels? Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly it. Like everyone knows the MGP mash bills. Everyone knows that if it says distilled in Indiana, then you pretty much know where it's coming from. Like, and it's MGP gets a hard like a lot of people give MGP crap. One of my most basic like favorite pours is MGP 7-year MGP single barrel. The stuff's good, man. Like the creamy vanilla, like it's just really good. Really good on that. Like it's very consistent. And the reason that people knock on it is because everyone knows what MGP is, right? You can't disguise MGP because as soon as it says Indiana, people figure it's MGP. Versus if you say nondescript Kentucky distillate, people are like, oh, I wonder which it is. Oh, this is going to be really good. It's all just hype. What's your thoughts on Scotch? I don't think much about Scotch. I like just like American single malts. Tonight was the first time I've had single malts, and I can't even remember if I've ever tried a Scotch. It's not refreshing watching a channel that isn't just trying to force its way into the whiskey tube inner circle. The content is so much better when you're chasing. Yeah, like I haven't. I have been offered a like a sponsorship or whatever from like some Chinese channel for something on Amazon for like um some ice ball maker or something, and I basically told them to F off because if people can't buy, or if people are wondering what's the best $50 bottle to buy, if they're looking at budget bourbon stuff, who am I? One, I'm not asking for their money in the first place. I don't have a Patreon. I don't have any of that stuff. Like, I'm not selling anything. Like, who am I to ask them to go out and spend $400 or $500 on an ice ball maker or whatever that I don't even use? I don't use ice. I drink everything neat. Like, how obtuse of a view is that? Be like, yeah, I don't use ice, but maybe if maybe you should, and go. By the way, go buy this thing so that way I make money. No, absolutely not. But other than that, I don't think I've gotten a single offer for anything else. So, and like I said, I'm also not looking for it. So, if I get offered a sample bottle, as long as they as long as they understand that I'm going to review it like I bought it myself, then I'm good. But if they'll only send me something if I give it like positive reviews, obviously I'm going to tell them that they can shove it, and I'll probably turn around and tell everyone that they offered me a bottle and that they only told me if I did a positive review would they send it to me, and I'll tell them where to stick it. So much value staying in your own lane, forcing your way into those YouTube inner circles. Yeah, like I said, like no one knows me anyways. I come and I say hi to other channels, like Steve Barrel Proof Banter. They're a great community, kind of small like mine, and they're very very similarly aligned in terms of like our mentalities and stuff. So like it's a great little sub community. Some of the other channels, I show up, I just say hi, and I tell people like, hey, appreciate your content, stuff like that, and everything. But like, if they don't want, like, I'm not going to reach out and be like, oh, can I chill out and get it with your channel and whatever. The only people I've partnered with on anything on is Bonding Over Bourbon, and the only reason that I made sure that I partnered with them on their Joseph Magnus cigar, um, they got I think a platinum mascot on their Joseph Magnus cigar pick. The only reason that I partnered with them on that video is because they supplied behind the scenes content for it, because I'm in the Bonding Over Bourbon Discord, and I talked with Chris and Kat about it. They were like, we never made a video about any of this, so you can have the content. So it was important to me that if it's going to get views or anything, that they also got views and credit for the content. But other than that, like, I didn't ask for anything else, and obviously, like, I wasn't making any money on it at all anyway, so it didn't matter. And I bought the bottle myself. They didn't supply the bottle, so that's the only time I've really interacted at like on a professional level on YouTube for something. It was that. And that's the only time. Wes, what up, dude? You doing any reviews tonight? Did you already do reviews? I haven't gotten to look at Discord, bud, so I don't know to know whether you did any. So, but I've been having fun watching your stuff, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Dude, Wes, I don't know if it'll let you, but you should put your stuff in here. You should put your stuff in here and let people go check you out. Wes is super fun to watch his reviews. Love that guy. If he's still here. He may have already left hearing me rant. One of my favorite videos you've done was the secondary price review. Love that you don't pay for it. And it's not always just the like don't pay for it. Like there's some where it's like it's necessary, right? Like the secondary market exists for a reason because people don't have access. Like I have to use the secondary market to get a lot of the things that I get. However, there is the secondary market, which is a reasonably priced, I guess, a reasonably priced alternative to being able to get it locally. There's like that tax for being able to get it shipped to you, right? We call it the convenience fee, or convenience tax is what my family calls it, for when we do stuff that, like DoorDash, right? DoorDash is like double the price to get the same thing if you just went to the restaurant, right? Whatever. The same kind of thing is on the secondary market. It's just convenient to be able to get it that way. But then there's that element of like getting absolutely gouged your eyeballs out for that same product, that it's like 3, 4, 5 times the price of what it should be. And that's the whole like don't pay that. Um the and even then at that point it's your own personal decision. If you can afford it to pay it, then I guess whatever. But in the grand scheme of things of like fair markets and fair enterprise and things like that, the secondary market exists because not everyone has access to the same thing, and so it has to exist because it's a free market. So, like, as long as it's being like not ridiculous, the secondary market is one thing. It's the absolute gouge your eyeballs out stuff that is like absolutely never pay that. Just let those people rot and let their products just sit there and never be sold, I hope, until prices come down. Speaking of, any plans for a Patreon single barrel program for your list? Yeah, you know what? So here's the thing, and I've kind of highlighted this a couple of times. Um, and I think what you hit on there right there is the last part, which is logistics. For me, there's a lot of people that can just do barrel picks, right? You can just do a barrel pick and phone it in. For me, is it has to be one, it has to be good value. Second, it has to be available. And I think that's the hardest part is availability. There's a certain point that, yeah, I mean, like maybe right now only 100 people or less want to buy the barrel pick, so they're going to get what they want. But if we think about it, that's not a repeatable pattern, and then you start running into the kind of the bruisal pattern that is going on, where if you have a way to gate the access to the bottles, which is like done by Patreon tier, right? Then you have only certain number of people in that tier. Ultimately, you're going to have a bunch of dissatisfied people because they don't get access to everything because the people above them that they don't have access to even get into the tier of because it's full bought it all. And I think that's the hardest part. And I'm thinking about this. And I'm thinking about it. And I ultimately don't want to set a precedent that like as long as my Patreon is only 100 members or 150 members big, everyone can get the barrel pick or has access to the barrel pick. Because we all know that like if things get bigger, it's untenable. Then there's people that wanted it, they didn't get it, and you're not going to make everybody happy. And then you're kind of alienating them that they pay a monthly fee and they don't get like anything that you're offering. And I don't want to be that person, which is why like the other night when people were donating, I was like, I don't want your I don't want your money. I want YouTube to pay me. I want the ads and stuff. Even though if you'll notice, I don't run mid stream ads or anything like that. If you're getting one, that's YouTube doing it. It's not me, and I'm not getting paid for it. I just want you to know that. I don't do live stream ads. The VOD will likely have ads because my channel settings have it. But for the most part, like I want YouTube to pay me. I don't want you to pay me. And I would feel weird taking your money if you're not getting absolutely everything that everybody else is. So it's a tough nut to crack. I'm working on it because I want something that could be like on demand. You could just order it at any time and you can get it. Like that's a really interesting kind of thing, right? Like, but it would have to be a scaled out opportunity that is like, maybe access of up to like 5, 6, 10 barrels at a time. So that way it doesn't matter who wants to order it, it's available all the time. And a retailer has to be able to, or a distillery has to be able to fulfill that at any time. And that's not easy to do because they operate mostly on single barrels. So I'm working on that. I'm trying to figure that out. I need to change the mentality and I need to change the way that things work. So that way, like consistency and availability are two things that are non existent in Patreon programs. Consistency and availability. And so I need to figure that out. And once I do, then we will probably do something like that. But until that point, I'm not gatekeeping any content. I'm not gatekeeping access to anything. I'm not doing anything other than putting out content and it's free to watch. And that's I think that's just the best way to do it from now on until I can figure that out. Because I don't deserve to take your money unless I can deliver 100% on everything that you would expect for the money that you give me. And I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of Patreons out there and stuff that they just doesn't. You don't get the value out of it. And I appreciate if you want to support, you know, if you want to support me, then that's great. I'm sure there's ways that you can, but I'm not going to ask you for it, and I'm certainly not going to put it into some sort of formal platform or anything like that. Like, it just doesn't make any sense that if I can't deliver what I think is the value for that, I don't think that makes sense. Especially when I can do these like lives and stuff for free. I can do. Why not give it to access to everyone, and it costs you nothing? Yo, what other hobbies do you have? Do you love cinema, music, or any of the love sports? I love sports. I'm an Iowa Hawkeye fan, and that's probably one of the hardest parts of being a sports fan is being an Iowa Hawkeye fan. We call them the heart attack Hawkeyes for a reason, because pretty much you can't watch them without having one. But yeah, sports. I love sports, and I love technology. Um, those are two hobbies I have. But from a volunteer, I volunteer uh, as a hazmat technician. So I respond to emergency calls for, a lot of times it's like semis that are tipped over and leaking diesel fuel and stuff like that, and into creeks, and we get the occasional call for a random chemical or random substance that there's unidentified and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm a hazmat responder or hazmat technician for my county hazmat team. And that's kind of like one of my hobbies slash pastimes, along with Iowa Hawkeye sports. I'm a Green Bay Packers fan, and I get a lot of hate for that too. But it is what it is. Growing up in Iowa, we don't have a choice. You can either be a Chicago's Bears fan, Minnesota Vikings fan, or a Green Bay Packers fan, Kansas City Chiefs fan. Like, that's pretty much it. Yeah, Rare Perfections is really pretty good. Just it was just BS with that whole lot one crap being the big marketing push. Yeah, that's good. It's good juice. I just wish they would have been transparent. Oh, music wise, I'm a big, very big it's a dichotomy. Like Dave Matthews on one side, right? And people are like, "Oh gosh, this guy." Dave Matthews on one side, Smashing Pumpkins on the other. Those are my two. And then there's like sprinkled in amongst like, AC/DC, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Green Day in between, but like my favorite stuff is like Dave Matthews on one side, Smashing Pumpkins on the other. Everybody's gotten quiet. It's gotten quiet around here, huh? Everyone's getting tired. Everyone's getting tired. I did this a little late for the East Coast. I understand that, and I'm sorry. But I had to put like my kids to bed and do a bunch of stuff, so I had to do some work before this. So I had to get some work done and then do this. So I apologize it was so late, but it is what it is. Love the Pumpkins and AC/DC. Love also Slayer too. So pretty good. It is music is like the fun. I think the craziest thing about music is like I do also do like country. Being from Iowa and stuff, I like country music too. So like especially like late '90s, mid to late '90s, and early 2000s country. Not this current stuff. Like I'm not into that, but like um the craziest thing is like I have a 16-year-old son, and like he turns around and his entire life, we've always listened to it. Like my wife is huge on uh like Broadway musicals and stuff. So she loves all that stuff. That's her jam. She loves all that. Plus, she's a great singer. So she's got the pipes. Um, so my son, well, our 16-year-old son was, basically all that between that and Dave Matthews and Smashing Pumpkins, and country his entire life growing up. Naturally, he's a Corn and Slipknot guy now. What did we do to him? Apparently we ruined. Apparently we ruined him. Apparently we ruined him. How can I not love Slipknot being from Iowa? Just because I was a Dave Matthews and like Rascal Flats and Dirks Bentley and like Phil Vassar, George Strait, Alan Jackson. That was basically what I was when I was a kid. So I really wasn't a Slipknot kid. Dave Matthews, Smashing Pumpkins, country. That's basically what I grew up. And if it was my parents' influence on me, it would have been Paul Simon and like Rod Stewart and Kenny G. I appreciate you understanding. Like, you know, I think again, I don't want to feel or say like I don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't want nor necessarily need your money, right? I think a lot of people I think a lot of people get into YouTube and whiskey tube and stuff like that to try and find a income replacement. And I can say without a shadow of a doubt, there is I would have to get to probably bruisal levels and beyond to be able to replace my income. You know, I'm in a senior leadership position in a S&P 500 company. They ain't going, like, YouTube ain't going to pay me enough. There ain't enough. I don't have enough subscribers or anything to even come close to my earning potential in that role. So this is just a hobby. A lot, and I mean a lot of other creators, this is what they're trying. And if they're not, if they're this is not their income stream, they're trying to turn this into their income stream so they can quit that job. And that's just not reality for me. So I'm just having fun, enjoying myself, and like this is a great time. Like I'm just having fun. This has been more my hobby now than anything. And a lot, and I mean a lot of other whiskey tubers. I don't really. I'm still not super comfortable with that word. I call them creators for the most part. A lot of creators are trying to make it so that way this is their full time job and this is what they do. And it's like if I can someday make a good amount of money, like just doing this part time or whatever, that I can turn it into like, oh, like this, like maybe funds my future retirement or something. That's great. But there's no way it's going to replace my income. Like we're beyond we're beyond that. I'm extremely blessed, and I've worked hard. Obviously, like I've worked hard to get to where I'm at in my position, and it's IT. I can get fired tomorrow. Like that's just the way that IT works, and a lot of people don't think about that. But like you know, they could make an AI bet and just fire me tomorrow. It is what it is. But like I'm very blessed to be in the position that I'm in. So I know that like anything that I make here is just gravy. And that's why I think I'm also kind of just having fun and I do things a little bit differently. And I think it's a breath of fresh air a little bit for some people on YouTube because I'm not I'm not into this to try and build an income stream. I'm not into this to try and take your money and do other stuff. I'm just here to have fun, which is why like mine's mostly outbound only. Like I'm giving away stuff, like, and if the YouTube ads can pay for the bottles that I'm giving away, then I'm just funneling that right back out to you guys. Like I'm not taking it. Like I'm gonna get 1099 at the end of the year. Who cares? And that's like, who cares? Like Rob, that's the urban legend from you. My mom still listens to like Rod Stewart and Kenny G at Christmas time, those like Christmas albums. Anytime like I stop by their house during the Christmas and she's like decorating, my mom, my children's grandmother, is decorating or something, she always has to have Kenny G or Mannheim Steamroller or Rod Stewart playing. And it's like, oh, oh. Some of these whiskey tours are all about the money, blocking views behind membership, and only shit. And I'm not trying to say like Bruzo, but definitely like Bruzo. Yeah, I mean, everyone's got to make their money some way, like you know. And a lot of people are going to say like, "Oh, I'm just not taking advantage of like, you know, being able to take advantage of making the money." And it's like, well, that's more money in other people's pockets. Then, like, you're saying that my not taking advantage of people is a bad thing? Like, hmm, whatever. Like, if you decide to take the $5 that you would spend on me and go spend it somewhere else, you're going to spend it somewhere else, right? And a lot of people will say, well, why spend it? Then you might as well spend it with me. And I say, well, because I already know, I already admitted to you, I'm not going to give you the value back that you
provide the $5. I'm not going to provide you $5 worth of value. So I'd rather you just watch my video and, maybe YouTube will give me some money for it. So I'd rather you have to do nothing other than what you were going to do anyways and watch, and not have to pay me $5 and let somebody else pay money on your behalf. Ooh, I'm back. What did I miss? Did you get the? Were you here? Would you hear? Were you here for um the full BTAC giveaway? Were you here for that? Let me know, Alpha. Oh, well, then that's what you missed. So yeah. So anyways, there is, there's the whole dichotomy of, like, free stuff versus paid stuff, and it's like, free, are people trying as hard? So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to try as hard as the people are that are paying money for it deserve, but give it away for free. And hopefully that means that they watch it more, which means I make more ad revenue, which means that I can take that much and make it like, I'd love for this to be like the Mr. Beast kind of thing of Whiskey Tube, where I just make all the money from you and from sponsors and stuff like that. And then I just take all that money and I just turn it right back into the channel, doing crazier, even crazier and crazier stuff, to the point where it's just like completely out of control, where like I own a distillery or something someday. Oh, well, I really appreciate you taking the time to help a friend. That's way more important than winning free BTAC. So kudos to you. You missed it for the best reason as possible. Best reasons possible. Absolutely. And the thing is, it's super hard. Responding to everybody on the videos is also really hard because, like, when I release a video on it's on a Saturday, like, it's my weekend, bro. Like, it's my weekend. I'm trying to not work on the weekend. So, like, am I responding to you? In No, probably not. To be honest with you, I'm not probably responding to you because I'm trying to enjoy my weekend. Yeah, is there a video that's live of mine? Yep. But if you chose to spend your time watching my video, first of all, I really appreciate it. But it's also my weekend, so maybe I'm probably not responding. You know, there's a lot of value in transparency. It's like, you know what? Like, how you choose to spend your weekend is not how I choose to spend my weekend. I put a video out because you may choose to watch it. Because I know that, like, people like to watch stuff. Okay, great. Just don't expect me to respond because it's my weekend. Now, Tuesday, 2,000 subscriber video comes out, like the giveaway video. So I'm selecting the giveaway winners on that video. So I'll probably have to respond to some stuff. All right, fine. It's during the week. It's whatever. But, it's my weekend. I chose to spend some time having a live video. So that's what I chose to do. So here's me responding to all of your comments. There you go. That's it. Observation. Do you think store picks are losing their luster? No. I'm not even going to read the rest of it yet. No. I'll come back to it. It used to be most more than one amazing. Now they're 50-50 mid. Do you think it's mostly actually picking them or actual juice? So that depends on the pick, right? I think that depends on the pick. And it also depends on how lazy your store pick people are. If they're just letting the distillery send you sample bottles to your store to try in the 3 plastic bottles or whatever, that's your own fault. If you're not taking the time to drive or fly down to the distillery to try the barrels directly, that's part of the problem. A lot of people phone it in. They get, a 3 bottle, 4 bottle sample sent to them, and that's what they make the pick off of. Like, what? What? No, I want that thing like thiefed right now, and then I try it, and I'll tell you. If it's if it's just been shipped, whatever, like I don't want to make my decision off of that. Who knows what could have gone wrong? But I think most of it is like if people don't travel and go and actually do the pick at the barrel, that's part of the problem. Second thing is a lot of people compromise and will take a pick of something that is maybe not their first choice because they couldn't get something else. And so they're just like, they're taking somebody else's sloppy seconds and many times. And that's just like, it's not what I would do. I would I would rather not have a barrel pick and not sell something that is not what I'd be. Barrels, we need to the barrel picking teams need to hold the distilleries to higher standards. If when they get there, and again, they should be going there, and if they get there and the barrels are not that great, they need to either ask for more barrels or they need to say we decline. That's the biggest thing is people are afraid to tell the distillery that they're not happy with whatever they've got offered instead of being honest. They make a compromising decision because they're afraid of offending the distillery. That distillery is going to give that pick to somebody else. There is no like you're not going to offend them. They're to sell. They're to sell stuff, right? If you don't buy it, somebody else will because they're in the same mentality that they're going to get. Oh, we get a pick. Oh yeah, we get a pick. They'll just roll that barrel to somebody else. Eventually, it'll either sell or they'll put it into a blend. Who cares? They're going to sell that barrel no matter what. Like you can't be afraid. You can't be afraid to tell the distillery no. Exactly, Alpha. You need to be able to tell that distillery like this isn't your best. These are the 4 barrels you picked for us. What do you want us to do with this? If I put this out on my floor, people are going to tell me this is crap. So you can say, hey, we'd love to come back when you have 4 different barrels that we'd like to try. Here's the profile we're looking for. Here's the kind of thing that we're looking for out of you because we know that you've done this before and these are not it. So these are not what our customers would like. So maybe these are good for different markets, customers, but not for ours. You can be respectful about it and stuff like that instead of just telling them this is terrible. But you can tell them like, you know what, this is what we like. This is the flavor profiles and the style we're looking at, and this doesn't fit any of our palates for that type of style. So, if we would love to be able to come back and try, 4 different barrels when you have them, or if you have 4 different barrels you'd like to pull out now, we can do that. But you need to be able to tell the distillery this isn't your best, and we're not just here. We're not just happy to be here. You know, what I refer to that to is you can't have the wheel of fortune mentality. You can't just be happy to sit there and spin the wheel and not try and win the game, right? Can't be that person. You'll never win. Same thing with your pick. If you just are just happy to be there to try and sample some stuff from the barrel and it doesn't matter whether it's good or not, then you can never expect to have a really good pick. You need to go there expecting that you have at least half, maybe 3/4 of your team, that's the barrel pick team, is experienced enough to be able to tell people like, this is not good. We should not be here, or we should not pick any of these. While the other quarter, maybe half, like maximum, is just like is that just there to spin the wheel kind of mentality. Because there's people that are there just happy to be there, and there's people that are there to get done. See the single market. A sticker contest. Stores are prioritizing flashy, meme-heavy labels over the actual quality of the liquid inside. Yeah, again, that just depends, right? It just depends. Like some stores, people will buy no matter what they put, and some people sell the sticker, and some people sell the juice. If you're selling the sticker, they're doing a good job of it. But for the most part, hmm, taste is interpretive, and these barrels don't suit our palates. Exactly. Like we know what our customers like. Our customers liked this last pick that we did here, right? That's the best ammo, by the way. So if you can say, you know what, we really liked the last pick that we did here, and it was like this, because then you could say like, hey, can we find something? And it was Rick this, floor this. Can you find a couple of barrels from there? We really liked that. But for the most part, you can't be afraid to just like the underlying statement here is don't be afraid to tell the distillery no, that you don't want it. Even Buffalo Trace, especially Buffalo Trace, to be honest with you, especially Buffalo Trace. I've seen I've seen some Buffalo Trace and Eagle Rare picks that have been just diabolically bad. Where I was like, "What are you thinking?" And they're like, "Oh, that was the best that they had." It's like, you told them should have told them to pound sand. Should have rolled those barrels back into the friggin' rick. It's like just because you're at Buffalo Trace and you think you're amongst elite, the elite of the elite. It's like, get out of here. Well, that's at the behest of the distillery though, right? Like if you go into it and they're like, "Hey, we've given you a Buffalo Trace pick," you know what you're getting into. If you go into a Antique 107 pick, well, now they're all non-chill filtered, so it doesn't really matter. But before, if you would say like, "Oh, we're going to do that, and we're going to non-chill filter that and stuff," like I get that. Like, I think the thing for me is like the people that like the Brook Hill kind of stuff, the pride of Anderson County, all this stuff that is all sourced rare character stuff is this. I meant to do a video on this, and I just haven't done it, but like all it is aged Heaven Hill stuff, aged Barton stuff. They're all just sourced stuff. And the equivalent a lot of times you pay $200, $300 for that bottle of whether it's rare character or whether it's Brook Hill or Pride of Anderson County or any of those things, the exact proxy of that is the shelf offering, you won't buy, but it's the same distillate. I don't understand. You know, if you were doing a store pick Elijah Craig, you could do an Elijah Craig barrel proof pick for way cheaper. That's the same distillate, the same barrels that they're putting in some of like those Brook Hills. What are we doing? But people refuse to buy. They're like, oh, you know, oh, the quality of Elijah Craig barrel proof has gone down. But if you put it into a Brook Hill bottle and all of a sudden it's good, what the hell is going on here? Don't understand. Got an Eagle Rare store pick. It tastes exactly like. I got an Eagle Rare store pick. It tastes exactly like the shelf bottle. That's because they probably tasted it from the counter shop at your store. They got 3 or 4 bottles in a little foam package with 3 bottles in it, and they tasted each one and they said, this one tastes best, and sent it back. An Eagle Rare store pick was higher proof. Well, then you'd have, but the thing is, that's the whole thing is now you have a stag store pick. An Eagle Rare store pick was higher proof, be fire. That's a stag store pick. But you didn't get selected for that. So dumb. So dumb. You should just be able to pick. Like, hey, do you want, hey, if you wanted a cast strength, it's going to be stag. If you wanted a proof down, it's going to be Eagle Rare. If you proof it down, we can sell more. So you have to choose whether you want to have higher quality or sell more. How different of a discussion is that? You try it at cast strength, at stag, cast strength. Like, well, yeah, you can have it at this, but you're going to get less bottles. You're not going to make as much margin. But if we proof it down and make it Eagle Rare, you can sell twice as many bottles. What would you like to do? Make it a store decision. Then you know if the store chose to make an Eagle Rare, they chose money over quality or flavor, really. I think they can make even more of a premium if they let pick teams run amok in the rick houses and pick different barrels of blend. But okay, that's a great point. But that's where you're starting to get into NDPs. NDPs let that happen. Look at Barrel King. You can go to Barrel King. If you want to have a barrel pick, you can go pick different barrels, blend them, and even have them finished in like stag and other kinds of barrels at Barrel King. You can come up with some unique offering. Is it going to be as expensive as Brook Hill and all this other kind of stuff? No, it's going to be probably $150. But you have something super unique that's been finished and everything is great. It's high quality. You're talking about like 9-year, 10, like between 8 and 10-year MGP, 9-year potential Green River. Like that's some really good stuff that you could pick barrels of to have finished. It's insane. And like a lot of people criticize barrel craning is super expensive, but they're doing some crazy ass stuff. Like finishing in Brown Forman bottles that are likely King of Kentucky. First of all, where did they get those barrels? I don't want to know. And second, like you know that those are that's imparting tremendous flavor because all of those King of Kentuckys are all 15, 16, 17 years old. So you know that those wood is full of flavor. You know it. See, most are all Zoom call store picks. That's what I'm talking about. They send you a box that has foamies with little 4 bottles in it, and you'd be like, oh. I think honey barrels are officially dead for store picks. As stories are having all the elite oak throwing ultra premium releases and dumping the mediocre lifters into single barrel programs. When you think when you say honey barrels, do you mean like the honey is like the best barrels, or do you mean honey like actual honey? Because like friggin' short barrel has something to say about honey barrels. So does Kentucky Nectar and Blue Note. If it's honey, if you're talking about the honey, like the money barrels, yes, because there's too many. There's too many. There's too many barrels. So yeah, the best of the best are for them, but there's plenty of other barrels. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, the honey. Who wants some honey? Uh, those barrels 100% are going to be special projects. It doesn't mean that the barrels that you're getting are bad. The problem we have is there's way too many barrels now. And so all they're looking at now is age. So looking at a math algorithm XY, right? They come to a point and they say like, we need a 9 year or a 7 year. And they go, here's the 7 year right here. Grab it. Here's another 7 year. Here. They don't even know anything about it. That barrel has probably never been tasted in the entire since it's been filled. They're just running a query like, where is my 8 year barrels? There. Okay. So I think the problem is that there's too many barrels. There's no quality control really because they can't go through and see what's happening to different areas of the rick houses and stuff anymore. Like 16 million barrels. 16 million barrels aging in Kentucky. I want to know what each one of them tastes like. And you can't just say bourbon. There's no way. That's the problem. Is they have lost track because all that stuff is 6 years old now. The boom, 6 years old. They have no freaking clue. They probably have no clue where everything's at. They don't even know where everything's at, probably. They were making it so fast, they don't even know. I'd love to do bee's knees or after swarm, but those products just available to me. Australian honey finish I really like. The Green River honey is definitely. Casket, have you watched my videos about honey finished? Because it feels like you have not. Blue Note, honey, bourbon or rye. Purchase immediately. Yeah, like the thing is there's tons of what my concern with here's my concern with this whole like I have the concerns that I have are what was the quality of the grains and everything that was coming out because of that time period in the whole world's existence, right? my concern is like, what were they doing? What were they doing? Like, what may have been different? Were they been cutting any corners because of costs or availability, staffing during that time period? 6 years ago, going on 7 years ago, what were that's what I want to know, because like, if anything, how do you fill that many barrels that fast and everything, and keep the quality control and everything the same as it would be if you were doing half the production? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like, I don't think most of these legacy distilleries, I don't think they even know what where half their stuff is. There's like, yep, that's a rickhouse. It's got bourbon in it. There isn't even 16. You're right. There are more barrels aging. I think it's like 3 or 4 to 1. 3 or 4 barrels aging for every one person in Kentucky. I caught you. Caught you. So, yeah, I did a whole honey blind a couple weeks ago. So, there you go. You can go watch that, see how things come out. Or I'll short circuit that and just say, go find yourself either find a Bee's Knees 5 or a Blue Note honey cask or honey cask rye. And I haven't tried the After Swarm. I've heard it's pretty good, but if it's anything like the honey cask bourbon from Blue Note, it's probably going to be better than the After Swarm. All right. It is almost 2 o'clock in the morning for me. So I'm going to say we're going to get out of here. I really appreciate all of you taking the time to watch. I appreciate all of your support. I am so glad. You're not going to hear this from many other people live streaming. I am so glad that I didn't get any donations tonight. One, because I don't think I've done anything to earn donations. But two, also that means I don't have to satisfy some requirement for next week, which is perfect. The American single malt thing was enough. And I already have to find an unobtainium bottle now, which is great. Appreciate it. Most of these are overcompensated with distillate because of the shortage in the created multiple secondary market feeling the greed. Now they are being punished by their own greed. I mean, you could say it's greed, but it also they were trying to fulfill potential demand, because they didn't know that it was going to be like this now, because now they're sitting on a surplus where they're going to start giving away barrels at this point, like, because you're going to see people trying to charge a lot for it, and they're not going to be able to sell it. They're going to be like, okay, well, what if we charge half for it? So what's going to end up happening is you're going to see in like 18 to 24 months from now, people are going to be getting some bomb, and I mean bomb, store picks of some barrels that they should not have their hands a hold of. But the legacy distilleries don't have a choice, because these are 18-year-old barrels that they have way too many of, and not enough people to buy them. And they're going to be doing some bomb stuff, whether that's an offering from whether it's an offering from them as a product or store picks, there's going to be some bomb stuff coming out in the next couple of years. I can tell you right now. It's going to be awesome. Jackson Purchase. Jackson Purchase is primed. They just happened to start over like around COVID, just before maybe, but like Jackson Purchase is primed to be an absolutely stellar offering that is not overproduced or anything. It's just been they've just been like clockwork building up because they're only their first offering was 4 years old. They are right on the cusp of like we can just enter being elite. Like imagine when Jackson Purchase distillate is going to be 6-8 years old. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And I already got confirmation that someone in Kentucky, one of my neighbors is in Kentucky this week, and they've got all three, and I mean all three, the Select Batch, the Kentucky Select, and the Bottled and Bond new Jackson Purchase bottles in hand, coming back to me for review, and I'm super excited for that. Super excited for it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that's just, unfortunately, as much availability of product there's going to be, those craft distilleries, it's going to struggle because they have to try and charge more. These legacy distilleries are going to be able to cut the price just down the middle. And then these craft distilleries are going to look like they're charging so much. It's going to be really tough. And I hope that they all survive that and that people understand the economics of it. But what's going to end up happening is you're going to see some massive, and I mean massive age stated stuff, 10, 12, 14, maybe even 15-year-old stuff that's mixed in to like, they're just going to just start slamming that stuff out at prices that are unseen. Like, and then when I say unseen, I mean cheap. It's going to be cheap in comparison. That you're going to see Elijah Craig barrel proof probably come back, and it's going to like they're going to open up at probably, I would say they're going to open at like between 13 and 15 year. When Elijah Craig barrel proof, because they haven't released one, they've only done barrel proof rye. When Elijah Craig barrel proof comes back, I guarantee you're going to see like a minimum 13-year, maybe even a 15-year Elijah Craig barrel proof, and you're going to like be like, what? And it's going to be, $89.99. It's going to be insane. I'm telling you. It's either that or they're going to come out and just absolutely crash grab, but I don't think they will. I think they've learned their lesson because no one's buying barrel proof now. So they need to make it attractive. So I think, like I said, you're going to be like seeing a 13 to 15-year Elijah Craig barrel proof batch for, I mean, ideally it'd be like $69.99. But that's what's going to happen. That's what you're going to see is you're going to start seeing that kind of shit. And that's what's going to hurt craft really hard. All right, good night, y'all. I'm gonna go apply and tease my Jack Daniels barrel, my unicorn bottles. Prepared to cry on the cheap new ones every time. Just don't have any cheap stuff, and then you never will have to worry about it. That's the way to go. Anyways, all right. Good night. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone for being here. Man, I have so much fun with these. I really appreciate it. I don't know when the next one of these is going to be. It'll probably just be random. I announced mine tonight just a couple hours before, just so that way people had an advance notice, mainly for Andy, who was here earlier, because he kept on harassing me in all of the comments of all of my videos about when's the American Single Malt Night, and I finally got here. So I appreciate all of y'all. Thank you so much for your time. Tune in to Tuesday. That's when we're doing the giveaway for the 2,000 subscribers. please take the time to go watch a couple of my videos now if you haven't seen it. Obviously, Jack, you've got some watching to do because you haven't even seen my honey videos. And it shows, and I caught you. I'm just kidding. I don't care whether if you want to watch, you watch. If you don't, you don't. Just like if you subscribe, you subscribe. If you don't, it's fine. But check out my most recent videos, especially the last one for the budget videos. Really, really, really good information about perspective of Ascot winners and budget bourbons. So have a good one. I appreciate your time. We'll catch you on Tuesday for the giveaway. Have a good one. We'll talk to you later. See you.